allies have fallen. My strength is dwindling. The Malignant are relentless and without mercy. I need help. I need you.
Happy Friday, everyone. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire chat. My name is Adam Fletcher. I am the Associate Director of Community here on Diablo. Joined here by Joe Shelley, Game Director for Diablo 4, Mr. Joe Pipora, which you guys know of, because, and Joe as well, I guess. Familiar faces. Associate Director for Diablo 4, and of course, Adam Jackson. Brand new face here. He is our lead class designer for Diablo 4. We have a lot to talk about today. Yep. In fact, just note, there's two Adams, two Joes, so this is going to get really confusing here. And we were thinking about, like, maybe we do like a battle royale or something like that to, you know, determine who talks next or whatever. But I will say we actually do have a lot to talk about. In fact, I would almost say this is like dev update stream worthy.
At least Campfire Plus.
Campfire Plus, yeah. Plus. It was like New Game Plus or whatever.
Okay.
But we do have a lot to talk about, specifically around patch 1.1.1. Did I say enough ones?
Yeah, you did.
1.11. Patch 1.11.
You did.
We are going to talk about some balance changes that are going to be coming to that patch. And of course, we're also going to be talking about the dates of when that patch is actually going to be hitting, along with when players will be seeing the patch notes, which will be well before the actual patch does actually hit, but we'll talk about that here in a second. I know we do want to jump right into it because we do have a ton to talk about. So I will actually throw it over here to Adam Jackson, because I know he wants to talk a little bit about kind of like the class balance and what we're thinking about for 1.11.
Yeah, totally. Glad to be here. We have a lot to talk about. So first I want to kind of frame this in our goals and what we're going to be doing in this patch in the immediate future, and then talking a little bit about kind of how the class team feels about classes and kind of what we're thinking in a more mid to long term space. So for this patch, we've got a lot going on. One of our goals is kind of, I think, obviously, we want to kind of improve the effectiveness and the fun of the Sorcerer and Barbarian. So we've got a lot of changes coming in there, and I think I want to frame this in two ways of kind of what we're thinking about the Sorcerer and then what we're thinking about with the Barbarian. Because they both have, you know, kind of different things going on. For the Sorcerer in this patch, we're focusing on reducing something that we call Kiss Curse mechanics, which is kind of, I know, a very designery term. But it's this idea that we give you a really cool power effect, and then we kind of take something away or make it nerfed or nerf some other part of you in some way, usually for balance reasons, to make sure that it's not just, you know, out of control in power.
Yeah, usually the idea there is, like, to your point, it's like, so we really have, like, you know, 20% we can afford to give you, but if we take 10% of something else away, we can give you 30% or 35% and feel a little bit better about that.
Exactly. Usually it's to sell a fantasy in a really strong way, but we can't, like, do that justifiably without just breaking the mechanic. But we found out in a lot of ways we've been a little too harsh with that, and so we're going to try and reduce or remove that in some cases. And then the other one is late game survivability. We know that the sorcerers typically have a tough time, you know, when they start pushing those later Nightmare Dungeon tiers, and so we're going to be looking at ways to increase that specifically. And an example of that Kiss Curse mechanic is the Serpentine aspect. If you know that one, it's the one where you can spawn an additional Hydra, but it reduces the duration of your Hydras. That's just no longer going to reduce the duration, it's actually going to increase it. So that's an example of something we'll go into more detail later. For the Barbarian, we're focusing on improving the early game and making it feel better and just more fluid. We're going to be improving the Fury generation that you get from your basic skills. And then we're also looking at the late game for the Barbarian by making a lot of their uniques more attractive and effective. So you're going to see later when we go through the notes that you know, we're going to be changing around usually about one affix per unique from something that really isn't that attractive for players to something that they really want, and will help make those items really exciting.
Now, when we make changes to items, specifically items like uniques, many of these changes only take effect on new items, right? Like, I think we have an example of the Hellhammer here.
Yeah, kind of. It's a little bit more complex than that. So we're going to delve into one of our examples of what we're updating here. But when we update a unique item, we actually update Hellhammer in two different ways. So we're increasing the duration that the ground is going to be ignited and burning, and then we're also increasing the damage, and that's the actual unique effect power, the exciting thing that the item does. But you can see here on Hellhammer, we're also doing another change where we're actually granting you bonus critical strike damage and removing the bonus damage to crowd control enemies, right? So on the left, what you see here, when you log into the game, after this patch, the left version is what you're going to get. So you're not going to get the critical strike damage change, the actual item affix there, the rule change, but you are going to get the updates to the upheaval, blasting longer, and doing more damage. On the right, when you find your new items after the patch, you're going to get the new affixes, the new rules, and things on the item.
So new versions of these items will have all of the buffs we're talking
New
about.
versions will have everything new, and the old versions will get the new stuff on the actual legendary effects, but then you won't have the new item stats on.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, so going back to kind of other things that we're looking at. So that's the Sorcerer and the Barbarian that we're focusing on. Then generally across all classes, we're doing a few other things as well. We're looking at builds that aren't really hitting a high enough power level, and we're going to be just buffing them and increasing the power of them, so they should feel better and be more competitive. We're also going to be looking at increasing the attractiveness of kind of uniques across the board. We're focusing on Sorcerer and Barbarian for this patch, but we actually believe that we can do this kind of thing across the board. There's a lot of uniques that we think aren't really hitting the mark. It's something that's kind of a tough thing that we talked about a lot on the team, because the roles and the things that the uniques have as far as their item power are all fixed, right? They can't re-roll different stats all over the place. So we could very easily just make all uniques really good by putting all the best stats on the items, right? That's an easy thing to do for us. But we kind of have a push and pull there where we don't want to just make all of them clearly the best items in the game because they have all the best stats and they have really good powers. We want there to be something that's really unique and attractive about them. You have to kind of think of how you're going to put these into. But we think that we are just not hitting the mark on a lot of them, so we're boosting them a little bit and then just kind of seeing how that goes. Next, we're going to be looking at opening up build-specific designs to be more widely useful. So there's a lot of effects on legendary powers and in other places where this effect only works in a very narrow use case, like only on a single skill or a single group of skills, or we're using a certain proc to get it. And in many cases, we're just going to open that up to be more widely usable, so that players can actually, use them in more different builds or different ways. One example of this that we'll go over later is Chain Lightning's upgrade, Greater Chain Lightning. Currently, it gives you the bounces of Chain Lightning do bonus damage when it bounces off of you. And we're going to change that so that it just does bonus damage when it bounces off of anything. So instead of being kind of a narrow use case where you're only using it like on a boss or a single target enemy and getting value, you'll just get it a lot more often now.
Yeah, it feels like a much better lightning range skill now in that way. It's easier to improve packs, so it's good. I like that.
Yeah, totally. So that's kind of what we're looking at for this patch.
Okay, so we talked last week about sort of our things that we want to do, like going forward in the game, other things we want to do. Not all of that stuff is in this patch.
Yeah, no, we have a lot of talks on our team. We have a lot of things that we're thinking about and going on. I thought it'd be really good also to kind of talk a little bit about how we feel about more longer term goals and things about the game. So these aren't coming in this patch, but things that we're thinking about that'll come in the future that the team's kind of focused on. The first one is kind of finding ways to bring different types of damage closer together. As I'm sure many of you in the community know, vulnerable and crit are really, really strong right now. Kind of a lot of the meta is about, you make an enemy vulnerable and then you do bonus damage to them and then you stack as much crit strike chance and crit damage as you can and then you blow them up, right? Our game actually was foundationally made with other types of builds that aren't only those in mind, right? We have like damage over time or dot damage, things like Firewall, Shadow Necro does a lot of this. We also have overpower as a mechanic in our game, and these other different ways to build your character, we want them to have parity with, vulnerable and crit damage. So we're going to be trying to find, our goal is to find a way, and we're working on it right now, that all those different ways of dealing damage have a lot of parity. So no matter if you're in an overpower build, or crit build, or a damage over time build, you will be relatively equal in power to all of the other different types of ways to play. So another one that we're looking at is adding scaling to builds and effects that don't really scale very well in the game. This is something that I think is a big opportunity for us to open up just excitement in different builds in the game. And what I mean by this is we have a lot of legendary powers and effects that like spawn a new thing. An example of this is like on the Barbarian, there's some legendary powers that spawn earthquakes or dust devils. Another one is the Necromancer has like things like these shadow trails on the ground that deal damage. And these things, they deal with what we call flat damage, which is like we give it a damage number, and then that's how much it does, and then that damage number kind of scales with player level. But what we find is that a lot of these things are really good in the early and mid game when they drop, but then when you get to the really late game, they kind of fall off really hard. And what we want to do is find ways to add scaling so that the player can opt into like making a build out of it. So if I want to be an Earthquake Barbarian or a Dust Devil Barbarian, I can actually do that, and it's supported by the game. So that's something that we're really excited about. We think that'll open up a lot more build possibilities. Ultimates are kind of in this range as well. It's a more long-term goal. But similarly, a lot of ultimates are really strong in the early and mid game. You take it, it blows up the screen, feels great. And then in the late game, a lot of ultimates that we see that are used are just used because they buff the player in some way.
Yeah, they don't blow up the screen the same way anymore.
Yeah, right. I want you to be excited to use Bone Storm because Bone Storm is awesome, not because it gives you a buff, right? Or Grizzly Rage or other ones, right? So that's kind of something that we're thinking about in the mid to long term to make the game kind of open up and have more builds available.
So we've been talking here a little bit about sort of our philosophy here. We're about to get into patch notes. We're about to talk about Sorcerer. But we thought that it was important to talk a little bit about this philosophy, both because we want to be very transparent in terms of like how we're thinking about the game and what kinds of why we're making changes, both so that when you see changes you can understand what we're thinking, like what we're going for, and also so that we can incorporate feedback from the community, feedback from you into these kinds of things.
Yeah, and that goes down even to the format for this particular live stream, right? So we're gonna go through a lot of details really soon, which I think people are really excited about. I hope people are really excited about. We're gonna have a lot of those. And then afterwards, we want to hear back from you, how how this worked. Was this the best way to get this information? Did you get a lot of good data from us? And do you understand why we're doing making the changes that we are? Right, and to Joe's point, again, it's really useful for you to understand these things. It's going to help with the feedback that you give us back. Whether we're hitting it or not.
Yeah, and this is like a multi-stage type of thing. So we're actually gonna. You guys are about to see a ton of slides here in a second, going through pretty much all the different detailed balance changes that are coming across the classes. But then, like we said, we do plan on releasing patch notes so that you guys can actually read them in more detail, and in those patch notes will be additional information such as all the bug fixes and so forth that will be coming in with the game itself with 1.1.1. So
do we know when we're getting we plan on releasing those?
So we are. Look at this. We had planned this to talk about it later,
sorry,
and now
sorry.
And now you're just gonna spoil it. We're actually gonna release patch notes, full patch notes. You guys will see these patch notes first here on the stream, but we will release patch notes next Wednesday on August 2nd, so that everyone will end up seeing it. We'll talk about the patch date here at the end of the stream. We're closer to the end of the stream.
Yeah, so just wait for the end of the stream. We'll talk about when that's gonna go out.
But what we do want to do is we do want to jump straight into the balance changes and so forth.
Yeah.
And we do want to start off with the Sorcerer. So we have a lot of different slides and changes here that we do want to detail. So Adam, I know wants to go through them all.
Yeah, totally. So I think what I'll do is just give you a few moments to look at the screen and kind of see what we're doing, and then talk high level about some of the bigger changes here. So Flickering Firebolt is one we're changing Firebolt to basically just generate mana when you hit an enemy. Before it was only generated when you hit a burning enemy. So when you would just try and cast Firebolt, without doing anything else, you would just always miss the first hit of getting the mana.
That always felt bad.
Yeah, so it's a negative feedback loop, so we're just going to make it, feel nice. We still feel nice about burning things and piercing, but you just get it more often. Probably another big one here is the Greater Chain Lightning change I talked about, where every time that it bounces, the next hit would deal damage rather than only bouncing off of you. And then we're also buffing the other choice for Destructive Chain Lightning, so you get more crackling energies. Next one, let's go to passives. These are all the key passives at the bottom of the skill tree. Isu's Ferocity is a big one. You can see a lot of these kinds of changes where it used to work kind of in a more narrow use case, and now it works in a case that it didn't, so that's just generically good. This one, it used to not really work on bosses very well. You had to kill enemies by critting them to get the bonus, and now you can also get it during boss fights by just hitting the boss and critting them. So you'll just have uptime and usefulness in a part of the game that it didn't before. Next, for Paragon, we're going to talk, let's see, these are a lot of the defensive changes that we talked about. So you've got some damage reduction increases to a lot of the glyphs and nodes across the board. Again, we're targeting that late game survivability for the Sorcerer. Another one that kind of opens up more ways to play and just makes it more usable is the Series Legendary node. This one is when you cast Fireball or Meteor, Now it just increases your crit strike chance across the board for 5 seconds, so you can get that crit strike and use it on any of your skills rather than only on them.
Yeah, damage reduction is actually like extremely strong in
Yes.
Diablo 4.
It's really, really good.
Yeah.
So these things should be pretty impactful.
Yeah.
Alright, so here we've got some more Paragon nodes. Again, damage reduction across the board. Keep in mind that also on some of the rare nodes you can see them twice in a board, rather than only once for the glyphs. So that means that this is actually like doubled if you go for both of them. And only we're also increasing the maximum life bonus on a couple of nodes. Again, just targeting that weak survivability. Now legendaries. So there's a lot to chew on here.
There's
So-
your first one, Serpentine.
Yep, there it is. That's one we talked about before. So now you can have a Hydra active, and instead of the duration being decreased, it's actually going to be increased. Next, we've got some, again, damage buff numbers to things that are underperforming. Aspect of 3 Curses is one that I'm particularly excited about. Before, this one used to be that it only increased your crit damage of Meteor only, and only against healthy enemies. So it was one skill and only healthy enemies. Now it's going to work on Meteor and Fireball, and you get half of the bonus all the time, and then an extra bonus against healthy enemies. So now you can use this in builds that you weren't able to at all before. The next one is pretty good, is Gravitational Aspects. This one was it used to reduce your damage in exchange for the lightnings orbiting around you. Now we're going to increase it. So again, that's a pretty big swing in power. Next we've got Recharging Aspect. This one was kind of similar to the change that we did with Chain Lightning to that bonus baseline. It used to only give you mana when it bounced off of you. Now it's going to give you mana when it bounces off of everything. So again, a lot more usable. And in combination with that Unbroken Tether, I think Chain Lightning players are going to be eating pretty this patch. We're also increasing the bonuses of Chain Lightning that you get when that proc happens. So lots of Chain Lightning bounces, they give you lots of things, should be fun. We're also putting a new legendary into the game. This is the Mage Lord's aspect. This one makes your Veer's Mastery Key passive, the damage reduction there, be increased by quite a bit so that you can survive when you're in that melee range. And let me see here, some Snow Veiled aspect is getting a pretty big generic buff, where before it just gave you Unstoppable when you used Frost Armor. It's kind of Frost Armor. But now it also gives you bonus armor when you use it as well, just generally more useful. Incendiary aspect terrifies me, but we're doing it. This one used to be that it procs off of all of your burning damage. So your burning damage could give you mana, and now it's going to just do it off of your pyromancy skills damage. So this opens up Meteor, Fireball, all of those other skills that aren't really fireball. For that one, and then for uniques, we've got the Gloves of the Illuminator. This is the one where your fireballs bounce and deal AoE damage. Before, when you got this, it was kind of in a very weird place where the bounces could do it pretty often in such a way where you'd only hit an enemy once with a bounce. And we have to put this damage penalty on it because, you can hit enemies multiple times with it, and it's AoE, and gives you a bunch of procs of all of your stuff, so it's really, really strong. But because you could only hit an enemy once, a lot of times this was just a damage nerf for your character.
Yeah, you'd bounce it one time on a monster, and that was that.
And now you got nerfed for getting unique, right?
That's
that never
right.
feels good. So we reduced the distance that it bounces a little bit, so it should be more easier to consistently hit an enemy twice. And then we also reduced that damage penalty, so now no matter what, if you hit an enemy twice, it's a damage bonus. And then we also replaced one of its affixes from damage to stunned to lucky hit to restore resource. And since this thing, bounces and hits enemies a lot of time, the lucky hit procs are very powerful with this, so we think this will be a lot more attractive for players. All right, moving on to the Barbarian. So, like I said before, we're increasing the Fury generation of all of those basic skills. So you're just going to get more Fury in the early game so that you can, do that basic core skill loop a little more often, so it should be more fun. Double Swings gain a damage buff, Ruptures gain a damage buff, Charge is getting a damage buff, and one of the enhancements is increasing that vulnerability duration, which is more attractive.
One thing I do want to note is even on if we go back to the other slide, a lot of people are going Fury gain 11 to 13 and 10 to 13, and they're always noting well, that doesn't feel like a big number and so forth. But I think players,
by percentage, it's really big.
Yeah, by percentage,
it also
it's actually
scales
really
with a
big.
whole lot of other stuff. It gets spooky when you do too much in the percent wise.
Exactly. So I think
because of how everything works in our game.
I think people are seeing some of the smaller numbers, but not realizing that other things obviously it scales with other things and other and it mixes in with whether other gear that you have and so forth. So this is just the baseline number.
Correct.
And you have to remember that obviously when that number gets tweaked, everything else gets tweaked. That gets.
Want to point that out too when we do like damage increases, where it might seem small because it's increasing the base that everything else multiplies and scales on. It can be a bit. I mean, sometimes it's not as much. We can go into it again, right? But it's scary and risky. So we have to think about that, because it's very easy to be like, oh, just make it 20, and now late game you're just like bashing once and then getting all your fury back or something.
Right.
Alright, so Violent Upheaval, this one gives you Berserking, and it used to be that you had to damage 2 or more enemies, or 3 or more enemies to get a better buff, and now we're adding bosses to that. So when you're in a boss fight, you're just going to be able to get and chain that Berserking. Again, making it usable in a part of the game where it didn't used to be. We've also got Gushing Wounds is one I think worth calling out. This is the key passive. We're increasing the scaling of your bleed to crit damage, and then also your bleed damage when you overpower an enemy is going up significantly.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, so now when you overpower and get that AoE blood burst, it's actually going to do quite a bit of chunky damage, we're hoping. Walking Arsenal is another one worth calling out here. We heard some feedback that it's really hard to keep up all 3 of your weapon types when you're doing Walking Arsenal. Usually 2 is fairly easy. You can have a basic and a core that are different weapons, but getting that 3rd one to consistently happen, especially if you're using a cooldown skill like Charge or Leap or something like that, it can be hard to maintain that. So we're just increasing it to make it more forgiving, which should also increase all of those legendaries and other powers and and stuff.
That was possible for me when I had Deathblow charges, but whenever I was only running like 1 Deathblow charge at a time, like that build just didn't.
Yeah,
really come
Deathblow's
online.
probably one of the more one of the easier ones to get, and even then it can be a little hard, right?
Yeah, for sure. This is great. It opens up a lot.
Yeah. So next, let's talk legendaries. Let me see. One of them, the aspect of Unrelenting Fury here, is one worth calling out, where again, you're going to get a benefit when hitting bosses. You actually use one part of the game that at all. Another one is the aspect of, 2 Earthquake aspects there at the bottom of Vulkathos and Earthquake. We're increasing the amount of damage reduction and damage bonus. So if you want to do that Earthquake build, like I said before, we want those Earthquakes to do damage and be meaningful. But in the meantime, while you're standing in them, those buffs on you are going to be a little bit more powerful. So hopefully we can incentivize people to go through that fantasy. All right, next, so uniques. We've got a lot of stuff here with Barbarian uniques. Again, the high-level goal here is we're generally improving just the base thing the unique does, and then also trying to replace an item stat that wasn't very attractive or not as attractive with one that we know players really, really like to be meaningful for them. So Fields of Crimson, this is the one where you do blood pools when you rupture enemies. We're increasing the damage. We're increasing the damage that enemies take standing in pools, which is a pretty big buff. And then we're also changing the rupture cooldown reduction with bonus crit strike damage. And again, combine that with the bonus in the key passive where the bleed damage, where that scales better. That'll just be quite a bit more damage across the board. Hellhammer we talked about. Ramaladi's Magnum Opus, we're replacing the physical damage affix with vulnerable damage. 100,000 steps, the base affix of the boots, we're replacing the evade cooldown affix with just more evade charges. And then we're also replacing the damage against stun enemies with bonus movement speed, which you'll see a couple times in the stuff we're doing because we know how attractive that is.
Let's talk about it. So, I was just going to say, we said that we were going to buff Sorceress and Barbarian. We're going to make some changes in 1-on-1. But Adam, you've been working on, we don't want to leave the other 3 classes out, right?
Yeah, totally.
Most of these changes are that you've seen are for Sorc and Barb. But I think we have some time to make some changes to the other classes.
We totally did, so we can go on here. One thing I do want to call out, though, the focus of the patch is the Sorcerer and the Barbarian, so you're going to see a lot more for them, but we wanted to give the other classes something exciting as well. Rogues are actually, I think, eating pretty well right now, so they're pretty good, but we still found some things of underused things to buff. Probably one of the more big ones here is Forceful Arrow. We're changing the functionality here so that every time that you cast, 3rd cast of the arrow just pierces all enemies, which is a pretty big, just generic bonus. We got some feedback on Rain of Arrows that it was kind of weird that the 2nd wave was the one that knocked all the enemies down, because a lot of times, you cast a skill and the combat is in a certain state where the enemies are where you want to hit them and probably where you want to CC them because you want your stuff up to CC them. But because it happens on the 2nd wave, the first wave comes, does a little damage to everything.
They all move.
And then they all move, and then everything goes and falls apart, right? So this just makes it more reliable.
It sets itself up.
It sets itself up, yeah, exactly. Here, let me look if there's anything noteworthy. There's some buffs to things that are underused.
I can't carry anymore.
So the aspect of Elusive Menace no longer requires hits to be from close enemies. So again, we're just making things more generically usable. And then for uniques, kind of similar to Barbarian, we found some room here to make a couple stats replaced with things that we know are really, really attractive. So in Wind Force, we replaced the all stats affix with bonus vulnerable damage. And then the Word of Hakan, we replace ultimate damage with cooldown reduction. So Druid, kind of similar to what I said about the Barbarian, about that early game kind of feeling a little bit slow. We're also improving all of the spirit generation of the Druid's basic skills. So across the board, you're just going to be able to get to those core skill casts a little bit easier. We're also improving the passive damage generally of a lot of their companion skills. So your wolves are going to feel better. The both passive and active damage is going up. The upgrades for the wolves are all going to be a little bit more powerful. And then same thing for ravens. Their passive damage is going up. And then brutal ravens, this is the one that gives you another little, a couple more little ravens to go peck your enemies to death. They're also going to peck a little bit harder. So a little bit more fantasy fulfilling there, I think. And then we're also looking at rabies. We know that Poison Druid, like just if I want to do pure Poison Druid, is a little bit behind, so we're really targeting rabies as a pretty meaty upgrade there in its damage. This will also, by the way, improve the legendary, I think it's legendary where your wolves can cast rabies. That's also going to be improved by this. So just that whole archetype will be better. And then for legendaries and the class mechanic, we're just buffing some things that are a little bit underutilized, so they'll just be stronger. And then Necromancer, so here we've got quite a few things going on. Bone Spirit, this is the enhanced Bone Spirit, which is where when you crit enemies with the Bone Spirit, you get cooldown reduction. We're increasing that from 6 to 7 seconds, so it should be a little more friendly to players in this current state of the game. The Wither legendary upgrade here, this is the one where your shadow dot damage is going up, and we added a new way to scale that damage in the legendary space. We got feedback that this really just wasn't scaling enough to be meaningful, even when you invested a lot into willpower. So now you're just going to get a lot more bang for your buck. You're going to do, the requirement is less, so you're going to get more procs of the increase to your damage and chance to proc that damage, and then also just your bonus damage straight up is going to be better. So the shadow builds should be a lot better. Empowering Reaper, we got some feedback that totally makes sense to me now, and a year ago me should have thought of this, but the way that this used to work was Sever would spawn a pool of blight under enemies, and the chance was based on you critting them. So the idea was you would create a crit build, and then you turn your crit into these pools of damage, right? That sounds kind of cool. But it turns out, crit doesn't work with dots at all. So that pool doesn't get scaled with the way that you make the pool. So it just doesn't work design-wise. I take the blame for that. But now we're changing it, so you just have to damage enemies to spawn those pools of light. So now this can actually be more friendly to dot builds. And then aspect of Exposed Flesh, this one used to have the same effect, but only when hitting vulnerable enemies with bone skills. So now you can just get, we have a new resource mechanic for all of the Necromancer specs that aren't bone. And then here, let me see, probably one of the big ones of quality, even though it's just a number buff, is Aspect of Torment. That Essence Regeneration is locally undertuned, so we increase it pretty significantly. Hulking aspects, this one, I'm hoping gets to see more play. This used to be a resource legendary, which looking at it now, was a little weird, because it doesn't actually give you resource, it's just cooldown reduction on the bone skill. So we're going to move that to a utility. So now you can put this like on your boots and other places that you didn't have to. It doesn't have to take that prime ring slot to use this legendary. And then we're also updating the effect a little bit to be stronger. And then for uniques, kind of similar to what I said before, the Grief of the Empty Tomb. We're changing the bonus intelligence affix to be replaced with bonus move speed, which I know is particularly attractive to necromancer players.
Yeah, mobility for
Oh
necromancer.
yeah, well, necromancers they may want mobility a little bit. I
Usually the slower individuals in the group. So
yeah, helping them out a little bit. Here, this is a monster change, but it impacts minions really, so necromancer and druid. But these attacks now from the Balrog and some elite affixes are going to be dealing reduced damage to necromancer minions and druid companions, so your pets will just die less often to these things. And then now we got some of our generic updates. We only have a couple of them. The first one is to a Malignant Heart. This is the Caged Heart of Spellbreaking. And this one used to say that when you took elemental damage, you gained damage resistance to that element, right? It was thematic to reducing only that element. But we found that was really, really narrow. Again, trying to open things up so it's not so narrowly useful that you're not going to ever take it. So now it's just going to give you just generic damage reduction when you take elemental damage. And then our last one here for item updates is Temerity. So we got a lot of feedback on this one. It's funny because when we launched the game, we thought that this item was crazy, going to be really, really good. But then we realized due to the stats on it that it just wasn't being the attractiveness that we wanted. So even though this terrifies me, we're going to bump it up and see how it goes. We're going to replace the all stats affix with bonus max life. The barrier is now also going to be scaling with your maximum life, and it'll properly be working with other barrier legendaries where you need a barrier to do certain procs and things. This will now proc with that as well. So we think this is going to be a pretty big buff to this item, and hopefully we'll see it in your max life and increase of healing builds.
Yeah, so we have a ton of updates coming to the classes.
Yeah, a lot of
that
stuff.
We literally
Lot
just
of
went
stuff.
through it. It's quite an almost like an encyclopedia of stuff that, especially on the barb and sorcerer classes. But I will say that it's nice that we got some stuff in for the rogue, necromancer, and druid players as well. Making sure that we kind of buffed up some of the more undertuned stuff that we had
Actually,
seen.
one more caveat to all of that. I should have said this at the beginning. It's not final yet.
Not final
This
yet.
is
That's why
planned.
you probably saw the little
The
water
odds
there.
are very high. We do 90% of it or most of it, maybe even all. But as we get into the weeds of things and we're updating things, some things may change. So this is our plan. It's very likely it'll be at least most of it, if not all of it. But it's not completely in the game yet. So
There might be some number tweaks, basically.
Yeah, we always add a small caveat just because things are still going through testing right now on our side.
correct.
And we
It's
want to
going
make
through
sure.
testing, all that stuff.
Yeah,
so.
we want to make sure we're not completely.
I'm very careful. I always caveat, not final until you see it in the game.
Adam's
but-
being very cautious about
Yes.
it.
I am
It's,
very
it's
cautious
not
of
going to
it.
be, you're not going to experience something that's totally different from what you just
That's
saw.
right. That's,
No.
why, that's also
It'll
why we're
be-
not releasing patch notes today. We're going to actually discuss when patch notes will be released
We will.
later on
Yeah.
the stream. So
Yes.
we'll reveal that.
And one thing I do want to note is there, because I'm seeing this a little bit in chat, and people are
Yeah.
going hey, you guys are adjusting some tweaks with for instance druid summons and their minions. Same thing with there's a lot of questions about hey, what's the overall plan on minion builds and so forth in the future? Is that something you guys are still going to want to work on, look at in the future?
I
This
can
is
talk
not
about
just
this for a very long time. Yes, Druid and Necromancer are a little bit different, so I guess I'll talk Necromancer first. So Necromancer minions is absolutely a core fantasy of Necromancer players, that minions are cool and awesome, and that you can raise the dead and have the dead fight for you. That is core. Minions, it turns out, in all games, not just ours, or summons or all that, are very complicated and hard to make work. They have a lot of moving parts that are different than every other class and build type in many games. They have AI, they have a passive and active component to them typically. There's a lot going on. So in this patch, we're not touching the Necromancer stuff a lot. It is on the team's radar of looking at the ways that they scale, looking at the ways that things prop with them, looking at just the combination of passive versus active activity that we want the player to do there. So there's definitely a lot going on there. We are thinking about it. There will be stuff coming, but no promises on when, but we are actively talking about it. Druid is a little bit different because from the ground up, the class fantasy is not only minions, right? It's like a specific build and way to play. One of the things that we were concerned about when launching the game is we didn't want the Druid to have just as many or more companions than the Necromancer, and they're stronger. It's where's the fantasy of the Necromancer if the Druid does it better, right? So that was something that we contended with a lot. I'm sure that we're going to flex on that over time. We did add support. We still love companions on Druid, and we will absolutely be making it more of a thing, hence why we're buffing them a lot in this patch. But we are careful about the design space and the fantasy of the different classes, right? We don't want all the classes to be exactly the same because then you don't feel different when you're playing. You don't have new interesting mechanics that are between them. We talk about that a lot on the team. It's very easy to be hey, just this class doesn't have this and it's fun, give it to all the others, right? I think Necromancer and move speed is part of that where we overcorrected a little bit, where we didn't want them to have a teleport or dash, right, like a rogue. If Necromancers are dashing around everywhere, that's a weird fantasy, right? But not giving them enough movement speed options at all, I think, is something that we're coming back on.
Yeah.
So, but it's a push and pull, right? It's on a spectrum of how far do we go to go into another class's fantasy or an archetype that doesn't make sense fantasy-wise versus keeping true to the core and finding clever ways to fix it, or we can't fix it and we do need to bend a little bit. And
Yeah,
it's
it's-
always a conversation.
It's also interesting to see that the feedback, particularly on Druid Companions, we knew that they were really cool, but the number of Druid players who are looking for more ways to kind of make more companion-focused builds is maybe a little bit higher than we expected.
Yes.
So this is one of those situations where, kind of in response to the fact that players are really hoping, Druid players are looking to go after this fantasy of, I am the master of the animal kingdom, and I'm going to have all these and nature, right? I'm going to have all these buddies with me. I think it's kind of like moving our hand a little bit. It's like, oh yeah, actually, there is something really cool here. There is fantasy here for us to really latch on to more that we can do. But to Adam's point, it's still very important to make sure that the Necromancer feels distinct and the Druid feels distinct after these changes go in.
Correct. It's the eternal struggle for that class.
Sure.
Yeah. We also have a lot of like quality of life items that we wanted to talk about that we actually kind of hit on last week
Sure.
when we were talking on the Campfire chat that would be coming in 1.1.1. And I know we wanted to talk a little bit more about those here. I know we have some changes coming for like monster density, for instance.
Yeah, I want to talk about monster density. So we've said a few times.
I'm not ready yet. 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 I need more time. I need more time.
Times now that we're going to increase monster density in Nightmare Dungeons and Helltides. These changes are in 1.1.1, like we said last week. And I think we have an image of an example of a Nightmare Dungeon. That so this is how it is today. If you go into Nostravus Deepwood, of course, monsters are going to not be exactly like this, but this is an example of it. And then in 1.1.1, it's going to change, so you can see a lot more monsters here.
There it is.
And this is really going back to, we talked about our mission statement for the live game of after you've achieved your build, being able to go in and mow down large numbers of enemies, deal with large numbers
Need
of
more
enemies.
time.
That's sort of a core part of an ARPG.
this?
We want to make sure that we're delivering, especially in the endgame content. So that's how to look for Nightmare Dungeons. On Helltide, we've been doing the same thing, increasing density. As I said last week, there are some areas of Helltide that are highly dense, and we want to make sure that all of our players across all of the different platforms that we support can enjoy this increased density. So it's not just the people with the absolute top-end equipment. So we've also been making sure that as we bump up these densities, that we're doing it in a way that performance stays reasonable. So you can actually, like if we bump up density and then the game turns into a slideshow, we didn't actually make the game more fun. Even though there are a lot of monsters, so it needs to stay performant at the same time. So we've been working on that at the same time, so that we can really hit that target. And this is something too that, when 1.1 comes, 1.1.
111.
We gotta have like
Triple one.
We gotta have a different name for these patches. For these patches, it's fine. It's fine. When that comes out, we're going to be looking at the density there and seeing how close it comes to this mission statement, this goal, right? And if it's not hitting this goal, then we're going to keep working toward that goal. So we really want to make sure that it's capturing that fantasy of mowing down towards the enemies.
Yeah, it's a great goal for us to line ourselves around too. Right. So once we're able to capture more data from players on live, we can see how players with different like PC specs are able to interact with some of these spaces. It's going to continue to inform us and let us do more and more double downs as we go.
And then I know we have some changes coming in regards to bosses and so forth as well.
That's right. So we didn't talk about this last week, but we have gotten a lot of feedback before about the about players, particularly like in World Tiers 3 and 4, fighting like dungeon bosses and world bosses, and being able to go in there with their enhanced power. Now they've got like some uniques online, their build has really come online, and they've got like a lot of like damage vulnerable targets. Like they're mowing through some of these bosses faster than you expect, right? So, or rather, fast enough that it's not really challenging and not really engaging. So we are boosting the health of bosses in World Tiers 3 and 4, at brackets as you're kind of going up through the experience. But in exchange for this, in exchange for making some of these pieces just a little bit harder as players are going through them, we are also going to be making a change to the rewards that you get for going through these.
Yeah.
So now, like after 1.1.1 goes live, dungeon bosses starting at level 35 even. So this is before you can get into World Tiers 3 and 4. And then it's the so once you've done that, or once you've killed those, you're going to have a guaranteed legendary item drop in that space. And that's going to carry up as well into World Tiers 3 and 4. When you complete a Legion event, that's going to also give you a guaranteed legendary drop starting at level 35. There's a chance before 35, but there's guaranteed at level 35 you're going to have one pop in. And then another Butcher has a 100% chance to drop a legendary as well, to the boss, of course. And then another really big one is we got, and this is funny, I did it. Please don't follow me on Twitter unless you really want to see a lot of news. But I did a Twitter poll a while ago where I basically just said what do you think is the chance at which a treasure goblin will drop a legendary item? And I said it was 10%, 25%, 40%, 50% with 4 options. The majority of players or voters, I should say, right, all selected 10% was the chance, and everybody had their own their feelings on it as they were kind of going through it. But the reality is at level, and I said level 50, Treasure Goblin is part of this. But the reality is they have a 50% chance to drop legendary items today. And that's like going back to like level 35. They've got a very, very high chance to drop legendary items. But
So what you're saying is sometimes I kill a Treasure Goblin and it doesn't drop a legendary item.
That's
yeah,
correct.
that's what I heard.
That's exactly right. So basically, if you flip a quarter every 25 minutes, that's basically your chance to get a legendary item when you're fighting Treasure Goblins in the overworld. And it's very easy to have like tails, 5 times in a row, and then
That's what happens to me every time.
And as humans, we are 7 times more likely to remember a negative thing than a positive thing. So this is nothing wrong with rather there's nothing wrong with the player's perception of Treasure Goblins not feeling rewarding. You don't see them that frequently relative to other content types, and when you don't get a legendary item from something called a Treasure Goblin, that can feel bad. So what we decided to do is we've gone back and said, starting right at level 15 for treasure goblins, 15, they have a guaranteed legendary item drop chance when you kill one from that point forward. So now when you see treasure goblins in the map, you start hearing them like snortling around in the corners of your screen. You know you need to go fight that thing. You need to take it out. You need to get a legendary item from it. That happens very, very early. So we think that's going to be like a really fun like updates to kind of help get these things across. 50% isn't useful in this case. 100%, absolutely. We want you to feel like you're getting that power.
50%
No more
fun.
coin flip. No more coin flip.
Yeah, actually
And-
probably more than 50% more fun.
I will note, Joe missed a wonderful opportunity to drag in Gabi, the goblin.
Oh.
The treasure goblin.
into the frame.
Should I try
We have
to
a
pull
plush
this in?
treasure goblin just off screen.
We have a very large plush.
Here's
he
this
is.
giant treasure
There
goblin
he is.
that
Look-
absolutely doesn't fit on camera
Look
at
how
all.
happy he is.
And
that
now
he-
he's off
happy
camera.
he's
He's
legendary.
loot now.
Staring at Joe as he's literally talking
We have a
about.
lot of other stuff to discuss.
Staring at Joe
Very
as he's
important.
literally talking about killing him. So yeah.
Yeah.
They're happy to be of help.
It is a plush creature. So yeah.
I know, and so we talked more about, or you actually, when we were on the stream last week. Sorry, about 2 weeks in a row, you guys. We talked about respecs and so forth. So I know that is also coming in.
Yeah,
in 1.1.1.
we just want to confirm that the stuff we said last week, we're going to reduce respec cost by 40%. Players are going to get an extra stash tab, and Elixir stat count is going to go up to 99.
Yeah, and the stash tab is just purchasable by
That's
gold.
right. So
So
Yeah.
that's just to make sure people
That's
don't think
right.
we're just
Yeah.
selling it.
Tab 1's 100K, Tab 2's 200K, Tab 3's 300K, Tab 4's going to be 400K.
Yeah.
So you can buy that for your seasonal stash and for your eternal stash.
Yes, exactly. And then one other thing that we did want to talk about, because this was a question that came up last week in regards to like the leaving dungeon options and like teleporting out of dungeons and so forth. And I know you wanted to talk more about that here today.
I don't know. I think I explained it pretty well last time.
So clear.
So clear.
There's a loop there. I don't know why anyone's confused. This is very clear. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to change it back to 3 seconds.
Yes.
Basically, the reason that we increased this is
Here today.
I don't know. I think I
Option.
and Elixir stat count is going to go up to 99.
Yeah, and the stash tab is just purchasable by
That's
gold.
right. So
So
Yeah.
that's just to make sure people
That's
don't
right.
think we're just
Yeah.
selling it.
Tab 1's 100K, Tab 2's 200K, Tab 3's 300K, Tab 4's going to be 400K.
Yeah.
So you can buy that for your seasonal stash and for your eternal stash.
Yes, exactly. And then one other thing that we did want to talk about, because this was a question that came up last week in regards to like the leaving dungeon options and like teleporting out of dungeons and so forth. And I know you wanted to talk more about that here today.
I don't know. I think I explained it pretty well last time.
So clear.
So clear.
There's a loop there. I don't know why anyone's confused. This is very clear. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to change it back to 3 seconds.
Yes.
Basically, the reason that we increased this is we have in Diablo 4 we have a mechanic where when you're casting some kind of spell or power and you get hit by some damage, you don't get interrupted immediately. You have to take about 5% of your health and damage before it gets interrupted. And this makes things like town portaling back to town, leave dungeon, etc. feel a lot better.
Saving a prisoner.
Saving a prisoner, absolutely, yeah.
Every time.
So if you're taking like really incidental damage, it's not going to get interrupted. But we were worried about a case where you're in the middle of a high-intensity combat fight or in the middle of a boss fight, and we felt like it was a little bit too easy to get out of that in terms, and that's actually what it's referring to with the loop, which again, I felt like I nailed it, but I guess you know, and so. You know, there are other ways that we could have solved that, right? We could have said like, oh, well, you get pushed back on your cast, or like, oh, well, it's only increased to 5 seconds if you're in a boss fight, or something like that. But ultimately, you know, what players really accurately pointed out is, look, this slows down the core loop of the game in a way that's not fun.
Yeah.
So we're just changing it back to 3 seconds.
Yeah, so it was at 3 seconds, went to 5 seconds, going back to 3 seconds because, you know, obviously good player feedback, from everyone. So
I've got one more bonus thing to talk about too. So so we've been getting a lot of feedback, obviously, on the end game experience tiers 3 and 4, and Nightmare Dungeons are a really big part of that. Last week we talked about how we were going to be ensuring that the Nightmare Dungeon difficulty was scaled more appropriately.
Right.
So now, like, the tier 70 difficulty was the old version. Rather, the old version of tier 70 is now the tier 100 after the changes that we made to more accurately reflect the balance we have in Diablo 4 versus the kind of insane overtuned stuff we had prior for the tier 70 plus content. One other thing that we obviously are thinking about, like, the scaling difficulty is one part of this, but we also get plenty of feedback on some of the Nightmare Dungeon affixes themselves. And we know that some of these are sort of ones you're going to want to basically throw in the trash right away. So you're going to want to salvage these and get Citadel Dust immediately upon when some of these things kind of pop up. So a couple of the ones that we're actually going to be, for now, we're going to be removing a few of these as we think about reworking them or deciding what we want to do with them. But we're going to be taking these out in 1.1.1. They're not going to appear anymore. That is, so the first is Resource Drain. It's not going to be showing up in Nightmare Citadels anymore. Cold Enchanted is not going to be showing up in Nightmare Citadels anymore for a bit. And then Backstabber is being removed as well as part of 1.1.1. Now, this is not by any means an exhaustive list of the things we'd want to like adjust on the affix side. There's lots more that we want to do to kind of improve this experience. This is just sort of like while we're in here beginning to look at these things, we know that these are problematic. We have adjustments we want to make anyway. We want to go ahead and pull these out and just make the experience better today for players.
Yep. Cool. Awesome to hear. I know that a lot of players have been giving feedback about specific Nightmare Dungeon affixes and everything. So it's great that we've been able to jump on a few of the ones that we know are problematic with the community and kind of pull them out and reevaluate and see what we can end up doing with those. So we did, obviously we talked about the date for the patch notes beforehand.
I don't know what you mean.
But we do want to specify that we are going to be releasing patch notes, full patch notes next week. It's actually going to be on August 2nd next week on Wednesday. We'll be releasing full patch notes. And then 1.1.1 is going to be coming out on August 12th, which is Tuesday. So players will, did I get those dates right? Yes. I'm doing this by memory. I'm doing it by memory.
No idea. So.
I've seen so many calendars in the last day.
Tuesday after.
Oh, sorry. It is I lied.
I think it's not
it is August 8th.
Yeah.
See, this is dates.
Everything's a blur right now.
August 8th.
Sorry, August 2nd is when the patch notes will be coming out in full, and then August 8th is when the patch will actually hit. Sorry, I apologize. I've had a lot of dates in my head over the past couple of weeks.
Sorry,
so,
we buffed the date.
Yeah, buffed the date. That's
Just
also
like
part of the
treasure
patch notes. So players will be able to see everything next Wednesday. We'll be posting those, so make sure to stay tuned. Of course, on the Diablo social media, etc. We'll end up updating the patch notes there, so players can see it. Just remember, the patch is not that day. We're just posting the notes early so that players can actually see them. This goes back to exactly how we were talking about that we want to better communicate these notes here, similar to how we're doing this here on this Campfire chat. And then, of course, August 8th is when the patch will end up going live for all players so that they can actually experience it and jump through with all the changes that we are kind of detailing out here, and they'll be seeing in the final patch notes on Wednesday next week. We do want to jump into Q&A because we just went through a whole bunch of stuff right here. I know one question that, as we start to populate questions, feel free to ask them in chat on Twitch, by the way, because we have chat enabled there. But I know one question, and something that we talked about last week as we're waiting for questions to kind of come in, was about XP in later game, or for late game players and stuff like that. Do we have any update and in regards to that specific topic?
Yeah, I can talk about that. So we did talk about this last week, and what we said then was that we are not looking to make the game feel slower across the board. We're not looking to slow down the players' XP gain rate in response to feedback about some of the changes that we had made. The goal was really, we want to make sure the players are having a good time progressing through World Tiers 3 and 4, not feeling like they're hitting a point where it's really, really difficult to make progress. So in response to some of these thoughts, we had gone through and we had raised the amount of experience that you gain from before the 1.1 patch went out. We raised the amount of experience gain you get from Nightmare Dungeon completion, from Helltide cache opening, from Whisper completion. We went and did a good buff on those activities to make them feel juicier as part of that. And now we're going through and we're updating density inside the Nightmare Dungeons and in Helltide areas as well. So all this to say, we are committed to increasing the speed at which the players will be progressing through these later world tiers. We're not happy with the speed at which players are getting through some of this content. and the kinds of behavior it's incentivizing as a result of that, right? We want to make sure that players feel that they can play the way that they want and they can progress at a decent pace. But now that we've made a number of these changes, we do want to see what the impact's going to be on the overall XP gain rate across the board for players, and just seeing how different kinds of players are progressing, so that when we go through and we make changes, which we will be making soon, I think probably likely for season 2, when we go through and we make these changes, that's going to be informed by what we see players going through and what their experience is like now.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's really just a question of like how much are we going to make adjustments, like what's going to feel right, and that's going to be based on like what we see from players.
We have 2 people actually asking pretty similar questions, but one was specifically calling out Adam Jackson and his thoughts on this, but
Oh, boy.
but they both are very similar questions. One is from Febzilla, the other one's from Karnaga.
I'm so sorry. Can I just jump in really
Yes.
quick? Can I ask chat a question? Do you, yes or no, do you want Adam to read the names of people that he is getting the questions from the chat?
I think we
That
should.
Adam.
Yes.
Okay, he's saying he should. Okay.
I think we should, just because I don't want to go into that whole situation, like
Oh,
where
fine,
that
fine.
other outlet
Okay,
didn't
okay.
made
Adjustments, like what's going to feel right, and that's going to be based on like what we see from players.
We have 2 people actually asking pretty similar questions, but one was specifically calling out Adam Jackson and his thoughts on this, but
Oh, boy.
but they both are very similar questions. One is from Febzilla, the other one's from Karnaga.
I'm so sorry. Can I just jump in really
Yes.
quick? Can I ask chat a question? Do you, yes or no, do you want Adam to read the names of people that he is getting the questions from the chat?
I think we
That
should.
Adam.
Yes.
Okay, he's saying he should. Okay.
I think we should, just because I don't want to go into that whole situation, like
Oh,
where
fine, fine.
that other outlet
Okay,
didn't made up names, and we don't do that. So,
Sure.
But Karnaga and Febzillas, they both ask about. People are all like, no.
I knew it. I knew it.
Honestly, it would make my job so much easier.
I know.
I wish I
Please
could.
finish your
Well,
question.
we're going to
Sorry.
read these at least.
Read
But
these, yeah.
the question is about crowd control.
Okay.
Obviously,
Yeah.
it is a huge and popular topic amongst the community. What are our thoughts about crowd control? What are we planning on doing about that here in the future?
I bet we all have thoughts on that, actually.
We do, yeah.
Yes.
Let me
You
just
can
say
jump on that,
first
yeah.
that we think that as you get into situations where there are lots of monsters on screen and high-end areas where the amount of damage that you're seeing going in and out is really high, so you're having to react really quickly. Situations where you're being hard CC'd, or like stun or freeze or something like that, can be much more impactful than they are when the intensity and the pace of combat is lower. And so we want to make changes to CC to make that experience more fun. We want to do that. It's not in 1.1.1, but those are changes that we're looking at right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's larger CC stuff that
Yeah.
we're discussing internally that we want to kind of pair with a few of the big changes we have planned in the
Yeah.
future.
In fact, we're working on stuff like that for that right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a question here regarding. It's my favorite question because I always get this. It's from Cookie Drops. So, are you guys planning on addressing the issues related to like the imperfectly balanced on Necromancer, the decrep aura on Necromancer, and those are addressed in 1.1.1.
Yeah, we fixed it.
Those are. We just didn't list all the bug fixes
Yeah.
and stuff
There's
like
a
that.
whole lot of bug fixes.
Yeah, so you guys will see those with
That's
the final notes and everything, but those are addressed in this specific update, and it's something that I know a lot of people have been asking, going like, well, I can only add 1 point, yet it says I can add 3, and so forth. So most definitely being addressed in that. We've actually just been getting a general decent amount of questions related to resistances and what the intent is going to be with resistances here in the future. There's a ton of questions, so lots of names. But
Sure, yeah.
I guess like what's the vision
Sure.
on resistances here in the future?
I talked about it a little bit. The vision is kind of, I think, what the standard vision of most games is, which is everything is impactful and meaningful and feels good, and you invest and get rewarded for those things at all times. But reality is a little bit harder than that. But that is kind of the North Star and what we're trying to do. The idea is that when you invest in elemental resistances, you will notice a difference in the damage that you take. We don't want just armor or damage reduction or any like king stat that is just way better than everything else. That's the only thing that you care about. It is tough to find a perfect balance there of how impactful some things should be versus others, and then can you negate certain kinds of combat when you max things out or only focus on only one thing, and there's a lot of gray area there that we're talking about, but our goal is that, and when we go and really take a deep dive at it, is one, we don't want you to just stack armor and that's better than everything else. We don't want you to stack just like general damage resistance and that's just better than everything else. We want elemental resistances to be meaningful, but we also don't want to get to a place where, you know, you fight a fire boss and you stack all fire resistances and it actually can't hurt you. Right? There's always a push and pull in this one.
The inverse of that is actually also really dangerous, which is that you're wandering through the game. You don't always know the kinds of creatures or affix. Obviously, you don't know the kinds of affixes you're going to be dealing with. You've got 0% poison resistance, and you get basically one tick from like a level 60 poison creature kills you.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like
It's
there's a balancing act. The team is, you know, as we move forward, everything that Adam just said is 100% accurate. We want to make sure that the choices between like armor for mitigation, for damage resistance based on passives, legendary powers, you know, glyphs and paragon nodes, those things are impactful, and that resistance plays a really, really important role. The big difference here is that resistance is a thing that you are going to stack and earn separately, and that they're usually tied to affixes or inherent affixes on rings and jewelry. So it means that some players will be able to go and encounter situations where they are not going to have a predictable amount of resistance when they go into an encounter, which means that we just need to think about what that is going to feel like for that player, and imagine a world where they are able to still complete the content, but it's much more effective to have the appropriate amount of resistance. We need to make that feel impactful. Yes. So there's going to be situations where we are going to ensure that if you are getting into a predictable fight against a creature that you know is going to be dealing a certain kind of damage, and you don't have resistance in mind when you go into that fight, you're going to be penalized for that. That's going to be a really, really difficult situation for you. You know, but we are, you know, trying to balance against the general flow of Diablo 4 as it stands today, as opposed to trying to like remake it into an entirely different experience.
Right. And to sort of get to the, I think the point of the question, the question there, which I think is, do you guys realize that resistances don't feel like they're hitting that goal right now?
That's right. Yep.
We do realize we're gonna make changes.
All right, sounds good. There is a lot of questions about mounts and how, like, you know, we've gotten a lot of feedback about mounts. We've seen Carbot videos. Our friend Carbot Animation made an episode about mounts. Very funny if you haven't seen it. Highly recommend checking it out. But are there any discussions? Are you guys aware? Like, what are you guys planning on doing in relation to mounts?
Yeah, there are a few changes here. So we want to make mounts feel better, sort of broadly speaking, and a couple of those things are making sure that the boost feels really good, especially with controller, where it's underperforming. And the boost actually, the boost mechanic on the mounts, it actually stacks. There's a bug right now with that on controller where it's not stacking properly. Fix that. There's a few other. There's a key part of this is that the mount gets stuck on things, and that's part. That's
barricade.
One of the things that barricade, for example. You know, in theory, the idea that you're riding through an area and some bandits or some skeletons have set up a barricade for you, and you have to sort of like dismount and fight all those skeletons. Like, that sounds like a fun idea. It doesn't exactly play out that way. You're just sort of annoyed, and you're like, well, can I like kind of ride around the top of the barricade? And then it's a fight about whether the collision actually touches. Anyway, we're gonna fix that. So there's some good changes to mounts coming soon in the future.
Awesome. And I know that I've been seeing this a lot as well in chat, and this is something I can answer, is I'm seeing a lot of people talk about VRAM, like on PC and so forth, and like how that obviously grows over time with certain players, not all players, but certain players with certain spec machines, and they eventually either have to force close or the game actually just ends up closing itself, and then they have to come back into the game. I know with patch 1.10, there was a update related to a memory leak that we ended up addressing, but then in 1.11, and I know that QA and so forth, our QA team has been working really closely with the graphics engineering team and testing out a fix that's going to be coming in there that should be helping out a lot of those players and making sure that VRAM stays stable throughout their gameplay and so forth. So that will also be in 1.11. It's a popular question. I know a lot of people have been hitting me up on that one specifically. There was a question earlier about overpower and the intent behind it, what like future plans and so forth.
Sure,
Kind
I
of similar
talked
to
about
the
one, yeah.
resistance questions. I think there's a lot of questions related to a lot of these things that we do plan on actually
Well,
addressing.
totally. They're fundamentally like how the game works, so I
Yeah.
understand. So the intent of Overpower way back in the day was we really wanted to create a stat that was different than crit and felt meaningfully different that players could chase that had kind of a unique mechanic attached to it. Where Overpower sits now is that I really like the idea of it. I think is really cool, which is it rewards you for building a really tanky character and you get a big hit of damage that's really, really awesome. It also scales off of your max health and then the current health percent that you have at the time, and then also scales with Fortify. So normally these stats aren't things that you want to scale to kill things, right? So we were trying to add another avenue of a vector to do that. And then the other thing that's unique about Overpower and how we didn't want to just turn into critical strike chance and damage like a lot of mechanics can be, is that you have a baseline low percent to do it, right? It's 3% across everything. And you can never increase that baseline percent ever. And that is a design choice and a rule. And then the idea is that you can, however, get guaranteed overpowers by doing certain mechanics. So the Druid has some, the Necromancer has some, where it's like, hey, you do this thing, and the next one is guaranteed. So you can still play around it, but unlike crit, where you're chasing the random chance to get higher and higher and higher to get those procs, overpower just naturally happens kind of rarely, and then the builds that can use it get it guaranteed. And then that you have different vectors and avenues to scale it. The problem right now with overpower really is not necessarily an overpower problem, but it's really the crit vulnerable problem of these other things that scale multiplicatively just overshadow overpower in the same way that even dot damage is very much a lot of times overshadowed too. And so when we're looking at our revamp, the dream and the goal and the utopia we're moving towards is all of these vectors, and not even just overpower, but there's some other ones that I know I'm thinking of that I can't, like those legendary affixes that spawn stuff is another example.
Oh, sure,
Adding
yeah.
Like we want, when we give you a fantasy as a player, whether it's baseline or via legendaries and uniques, that you're able to build that into the late game and it's delivered on, and you can actually scale and be just as good as anybody else. That's the goal. That will always be the goal that we move towards. We're not there yet, obviously, but that's kind of the intent. Is overpower is another stat that you can actually chase meaningfully via lots of other stats too that it combines with to make a build, and that's kind of the point.
Awesome. And then this is a question that I know everyone talks about. I don't know if this group up here can fully answer it, but it's something that we can follow up on, which is the zooming in and zooming out on your character, getting a wider look of gameplay and so forth. I know there's like performance implications to that because it increases the draw distance and so forth, and we have a ton of different platforms, so it has to be evaluated in that type of way if we were to make that type of change. Because even when it does zoom out on bosses and so forth, there's like some resolution or scaling and so forth that kind of occurs there. Please don't kill me, engineers, if I'm saying that wrong. But maybe that's another topic we can bring up during like another campfire chat with engineers, possibly to maybe clarify a little bit on that or so. Or we can just follow up separately after the campfire chat. But I know that's a question that a lot of people have been asking. And then there's questions regarding. Are there any additional options for customization down the road that you guys are looking at, like pets or wings, etc.? I know it's something that we're looking at and evaluating, just depending on like player feedback. Right now, we're very focused on, obviously creating more content for players to play through at the moment, more so than some of the cosmetic pieces and so forth. But it is something I know that players are asking.
Yeah, we want to add more stuff like that. That stuff is really fun to add. But we felt that right now what was really important is helping sorcerers, helping barbarians, and some of these other buffs to classes.
And I think there's, we'll do this one last question here before we end the stream, but one thing that people have been asking about is like all the changes that they're seeing today. Is this like encapsulating everything that we're doing? We had a question in here regarding, like, for instance, someone enjoyed playing a frozen orb sorcerer in like Diablo 2, for instance, and wanting to have that same type of fantasy in Diablo 4. Do you guys plan on doing additional adjustments in the future regarding other builds or other, like creating variability across that?
Sure, no, absolutely. This patch, I talked a little bit about like we have our short-term goals and long-term things we're thinking about. Forevermore long-term, really, infinitely long-term, is the idea that, every fantasy that we sell you, and I can talk a lot about I talk to the team about this all the time. They're like,
And by sell, we
but yeah, all right, yeah, sell is probably the bad word. But I think that way, like
We're
when we-
advertising it. Like if you see it on legendary
Every
aspects,
fantasy-
if you see-
That's really what I
if you
mean
see it on
is-
passives, you see it on
Yes.
skill tags. Like we're saying, like, hey, look, this is a cool thing for you
when
to go
we
after.
show you something that is cool and awesome, we deliver on it, right? Like when you log into Necromancer, you see right away, just when you see your basic skills, like, hey, there's a bone thing, a shadow thing, and a blood thing, right? And then there's army stuff. All of those things should be delivered on and be awesome. And then as you go through the game, when you get legendaries and uniques, you should unlock, one, double down and make those things really cool, and two, unlock more things that are awesome. And what our goal always is that all of these things are awesome and cool. When we find something that isn't hitting the mark, we either buff it or redesign it in such a way that it's hitting the mark and it's attractive and ideally really fun and exciting for players to chase. Like that's always what we're going to be trying to do. So yeah, this isn't exhaustive forever. We are always going to be adapting and updating things. And if something just really isn't working, even if it's like something that I made, I have no hubris about like, hey, that thing, it was awful. Make it something good, right? Like at the end of the day, the players are the ultimate judge, jury, and executioner for us. Of
Exactly.
like, did it work? Is it good? Is it fun? Yes or no? If not, then we have to be malleable enough to change that.
Right, and we could be looking at data too. We could be seeing like how many players are picking what kinds of passes, what
Absolutely,
kind
we
of aspects
do
are they
all the time,
wearing,
yeah.
what kind of uniques are they using, like, and we can say, you know, so like we know when like if no one's equipping a particular aspect, like we can see that, but like okay, well that's clearly something we're gonna need to want to rework or update or
Yep.
buff or do something with, right? Like this, to Adam's point, it is a never-ending process. You know, we keep talking about how, you know, we're all here trying to make Diablo 4 the very best game that it can be, and the reality is this is through iterations, the conversation with the community, and also looking at this kind of data.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, we have a ton of changes here coming up for 1.1.1 that you guys got to see here, especially for class changes. Thanks to Adam for kind of walking us through everything.
Yeah.
And, we do have final patch notes coming next Wednesday. That is August 2nd. So just a
Revealed.
reminder on that. Revealed full, where people can read through them and provide full feedback and so forth. And then of course, that's my tick. Someone called out my tick earlier, and so forth. Stop that, Adam. That's my tick. I will stop that one day. I probably won't. But we actually do have our patch for 1.1.1. The date will be on August 8th as well. So players can expect patch notes next Wednesday, and then of course 1.1.1 hitting on August 8th, which is Tuesday. So looking forward to seeing everyone's feedback, everyone jumping in, and checking out, of course, the new changes coming to pretty much every class now, and in regards to balance changes and so forth. Oh, I did it again.
And so forth.
Now you're in your own head.
Now,
We like
I'm, in
clap
my,
every
now,
time, right?
now I'm just stuck in this like my own empty room saying it over and over. But anyway,
And get us feedback on how this went, like and how you like this format for talking about patch notes.
exactly, yeah. We want to see if this worked out really well with the community. So yeah, please provide feedback. Us going through the notes and then of course releasing the notes afterwards. It's a huge help for us and how to communicate with you guys out in the community. So thank you guys again. We hope you enjoyed this Campfire Chat ++, New Game ++.
Sure.
And we will see you on our next stream, which we haven't announced one. We're thinking about doing some Campfire Chats with like maybe other teams here, whether it's our art, animation teams, audio teams, and so forth, just so you guys can see kind of a deeper look into some of the development within our seasons and Diablo 4 from other people. So we do plan on expanding these a little bit more, and of course, having Campfire Chats and dev update streams to talk more about the game, gameplay, and design, and so forth.
You did it again.
Thanks. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Thank you again from the Diablo 4 team here at Blizzard, and yeah, have a great Friday.
Thanks, everybody.
So,
...2023.
Hello.
Hey, there we are. We're very excited to be here. I'm Ziggy D, and I'm joined by none other than Mathel, Rise QT, and Nugian today to be your official Stallcast. That's right. People are taking their seats. They're getting set up on the stage, and it's just 30 minutes until the official main keynote presentation. Lots of exciting stuff. We've heard some little teasers of some of the sorts of things that we might be expecting to see, but we don't know much about it. So we're here to engage in rampant, useless speculation today. So I'm looking forward to getting into that. But for the moment, folks, how are you feeling? Excited, Mathel?
Yeah, I am super nervous. First of all, just to be on stage doing this thing, but then, of course, just the whole new update, the reveal, like knowing what's been happening the past 4 years, you can feel there's a lot of excitement and energy out here, and everyone's just, yeah, keen to get going.
Nervous and excited, it's like two sides of the same coin. I get it totally.
Yeah, no, it's hard to tell what's what a lot of the time because we've got to do stuff and we've got to get into the whole reveal. But I feel like it's a bit more excitement. It's still very much nerves because I'm not used to doing something like this. Not used to being around all the people and they know you and you know meeting the developers. It's crazy stuff.
Everyone loves you, mate. How about you, Rise?
I felt a lot better before you told my speculation useless.
And rampant, don't forget.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they're going to be 100% accurate. We've got all the predictions.
Need more time.
It's going to be solid, I think.
I kind of threw you on the bus today a little bit. He had some stuff planned out for speculations, but I just like cut him off at the knees, so he's had to rethink his speculations his entire life, really, in the lead up to this moment. So I imagine that's kind of stressful, getting up on stage and being in that situation?
Yeah, I think I'm good. I've got some good ones.
Excellent, excellent. What about you, Noogie?
Excited and as Methel, pretty nervous, I would say. But we're joined with so many just lovely people traveling all the way to New Zealand, and if there's anything that helps an awkward situation is just having a shared common interest, which is Path of Exile.
Right, so many beautiful nerds here
Oh yeah,
in
yeah.
New Zealand coming together. More than ever before as well. We've got like, I think it was 1,800 people, a few hundred people more
Yeah.
than last Exilecon, which I did not predict. They're strapping people to the rafters, they're opening up the balcony seats, people are getting suspended and hanging above the crowds. It's going to be quite the spectacle. And I'm already people started coming in and taking their seats into it. We've got a little bit of a crowd here. Hi guys. So pretty exciting stuff, and yeah, it's been a long time since we've seen much of PoE 2. GG been pretty quiet.
About 4 years.
4 years, yeah.
Yeah.
Which only gets me more like pumped for it because you just know there's been so much like working on, and they're just ready to reveal. Like there's no way the silence has been for nothing.
Yeah, the secrets. Well, I mean, we just had like 2 little tiny teaser trailers recently, but I was surprised by how much I could get excited by just those little 2. I like had to spend an hour analyzing them just because it was like 40 seconds of content, but it was like there was so much in that we already seen. Like that we started seeing things like new class models, at least possibly new classes. I don't know. What do you guys have any predictions about that side of things?
Yeah, it looked amazing. I really like how a lot of the times whenever you use an ability, it moves around your character. I think a lot of people want those characters to move forward. In the trailers that we've seen, a lot of them jump back and all that, but I think it's going to be pretty good, and it looked very different, yeah. Because 4 years is a long time. That's like the life cycle of a lot of games. So
Yeah. No, I mean all the trailers and the 2 that we saw. If you just think back a little bit about all the things we were shown last time with all the new gems and the skill systems, I feel like you can finally start seeing what it is they wanted to do with the game, just through those trailers at least. I'm really excited.
Yeah, we saw like so much big systems change and things that announced last time, but it's been so long, and I expect that something of that at least has changed a lot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, through any creative process, right, you figure out what works, what doesn't, so
yeah, who's to say like the skill system hasn't changed dramatically, or they're like doing something else with the end game, or who knows? There's very little we do know at this point.
hopefully they figured out what doesn't work. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, plenty of time.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, a lot of people who played the demo previously really enjoyed it. Only myself played a little bit, but I was super impressed with what I played. And did you guys play the demo last time?
A little bit, yeah. At least some on the live stream. But let me just remind everyone that PoE 2 is going to fix everything. Right? Like, it is saving marriages. It is going to.
So good, yes.
Yeah, don't worry, Ziggy. It's going to do all the heavy lifting for you in that. But
PoE 2 is so good, it's going to save Diablo 4. That's how good it is.
oh, he did it.
Yeah,
He did.
someone went there.
Someone broke the covenant.
Yeah. Anyway, let's not hold our expectations too high on that one, right? But I was just going to point out for the teasers, like a lot of it was big because for me personally, a lot of it is about the character models and the skills, and I was pretty blown away with how all of the skills look like they've pretty much been reworked graphical-wise. Like I was looking at the teasers and the trailers and thinking, is that the skill that I think it is? And it looks so different and so much better. Like I'm really into the MTX and the changing of the skills and all that, and just by default making all of them way prettier and way more fluid. I think it's going to just bring the game into current era of the RPG game.
I think that's what really grabbed me from those teasers as well was the diversity in skill use and having a lot more like situational skills like that, especially the monk kind of looking gameplay.
Right.
That looked super interesting with like the unarmed slash using weapons combat kind of weaving together, and the movement like you mentioned. That's the biggest thing I've wanted for PoE for a long time, is more skills that involve like a step forward, a step to the right, because melee combat is fluid, it's dynamic, like footwork is a huge part of any sort of melee combat situation, so seeing that represented in game a lot more is very exciting and kind of points towards some of the stuff I'm really hoping to see out of PoE 2, but we'll come back to that in a second. Firstly, I want to hear, what do you guys really hope to see today, or predict that you'll be seeing today? Matha, what are you predicting?
Well, As far as predictions go, the one thing I've learned over the years with Path of Exile is that I've learned nothing about predictions. People always come into the channel and they ask, "Oh, what do you think's going to happen with this? What's going to happen with that?" And I engaged with that for a while in past times, but I could just never get anything right because you don't know. Like, they always throw curveballs. They're always giving you unexpected things. I thought they're going to buff this. They, nerf this, whatever. Like, it's this huge up and down balance, and I could never really get any predictions right. But that said, I think I'm just going to be blown away. Like, it's going. Like, I've been looking forward to what they're going to announce, and I have sensed some discontent in communities throughout all of this, just as they're waiting for Path of Exile 2 and big new leagues and all that. And there might still be some doubt here or there, and I think there's no doubt. Like, it's just going to be a huge renewed burst of faith in, oh, yep, this is the game I chose, and for very good reason, and it's going to be, just unreal.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on that as well. Like, people always ask me, what would be your designed league that you would make? And I'm like, I have no idea. I'm glad I'm not in charge of that. GGG always come up with way better stuff than what I could come up with for that. What about yourself, Rise?
I think I'm going off the deep end. No PoE 2, PoE 3. Okay.
On only mobile, only PoE mobile.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't want to go there.
So they combine them, right? 2, 1, PoE 3.
There you go. That's the way to do it.
At Path of X.
There you
It's
go.
all one platform.
Wait, so Elon Musk bought it out?
It'll do your banking for you.
Yeah, okay.
Someone's getting sued. I think lore-wise, it would be really great if they just close the story off before PoE 2. So our characters always kind of like messed with the world, not always in positive ways. I just want them all gone, Blow it up, I don't know, new planet, different world. That would be really nice. Oh, and also I'd love to see, PoE has done really well with cooldown abilities and all sorts of just kind of timings in it. I would love to see maybe some ultimate abilities, something that is a little bit more tied down to particular ascendancies or particular classes, maybe some new classes, Because last time they were talking about how there's so many more new ascendancies. I think maybe spreading them around a little bit with different characters would be pretty cool.
Yeah, adding a little bit more distinction there, like in a very physical sense in the gameplay. Yeah, I'd like to see it too. What about you, Noogie?
Well, I really like Mathel's answer of no predictions. So that was great. So I wish I could take that one.
He's an expert, right? Look at that.
Yeah.
What a dodger! I love
This
it.
really is the Stallcast.
Yeah. But he is right though, in the sense that GGG always overperform, or try to at least, more than anything. So it's really hard to predict what it is, like in which direction they are going. So I'm really excited to see what is it they want us to see. Like, I want to see them in the game again, like really all out. So that's something I'm excited about. And then we have all this beautiful art behind us and the statues, and like maybe we will have some kind of a narrator leading us through a story. I would really love that within the PoE 2 story, and just seeing what because they're such a big office now. Like, what can that many people bring within the title?
Yeah, that's actually kind of one of my predictions, actually. I expect a bit of an uptick in the storytelling side of things.
Yeah.
And this was just barely hinted in one of the teasers that I saw, where the character really felt like they were interacting a little bit more with what was actually happening around them. Like in current PoE 1, you get your character kind of tossing out a cute throwaway line every so often. But the character in one of those teasers was actually kind of like addressing one of the other NPCs there and having like a little bit more interaction with the environment. I'm excited for a potential, improvement in the storytelling side of things there, especially with the like flavor oozing that we saw in previous iterations of the PoE 2 stuff that we've seen. And yeah, this stuff behind us, I don't really know if you guys can't see the top of this, but there's like a giant blood creature and there's a creepy head up there and a spine. Yeah, they've blown it away with the decorations this year. A little smoky in here too, I don't know if you can see that.
That did actually make me think one of the things I would love to see and always hope to see is cutscenes. So like, it helps build you into the world, into the story, and immerse yourself in that, and really like get invested and care about the story. And I think, this is possibly, if ever, the time for them to have big cutscenes. And I That would just be amazing, I think.
Yeah, that would be cool. Even if you don't do cutscenes, that's the one.
It's amazing. It started to look like it was going to go places and it was going to be really cool. And yeah, we needed more, right?
Just kind of like, dipping their toes in the water with that one, I think. But even if you don't do cutscenes, like kind of big dynamic moments in the actual in-engine gameplay as well. And we saw a bit of that in one of those teaser trailers too, where like bosses smashing through the wall and there's debris and stuff flying everywhere. That's a lot more than what we've seen previously. And they started doing that in PV1 a little bit with like the rework to Brutus and him kind of smashing through the walls. That was an exciting moment, right? It was terrifying.
Oh yeah.
Brutus coming just smashing through the prison and chasing you through doorways and stuff like that. So more spectacular moments like that. Something I definitely think we're going to see a lot of for sure. Definitely looking forward to that. I'm also interested in your thoughts on so what we've seen in the past about the skill system. Again, things could be changing a lot, but that's something I've been particularly interested in is this change to being able to have access to more well-linked skills and then maybe a gameplay style that supports using those a little bit more. So a bit more opportunity for situational combat. Not everything has to be like a super hard fight, but the occasional moments where you have a little bit of back and forth with the monsters, and that gives you the opportunity to use that second or third or fourth extra well-linked skill that you've got access to now under this new system, if that's the way they're going. Do you guys have any thoughts on the skill system and what you'd like to see out of that?
I mean, yeah, part of the thing you kind of alluded to is also like combinations of skills. So things like Frost Nova, Ice Nova, and Frostbolt, like interactions with skills. It can be a bit clunky sometimes, but when done right and with the right combat around you, it feels really good and satisfying to have. Things like that would be really cool. More of those for sure. But otherwise, yeah, the combat's already feels pretty good, and just more skills as always. How could you not just want more skills? But if they're doing the skill linking system and there's more at your disposal, it's going to be just interesting to see how you can incorporate the different combos, because you have to make a lot of choices. You can't just have everything, right? So all of a sudden, you have to build into a few things and choose between the right things at the right time. And I think that makes for a much more dynamic gameplay. Yeah.
That's a tricky balance to find for sure, because PoE has grown increasingly difficult when it comes to sockets. I feel like back in the day it was like, oh, if you're playing a summoner, you're going to be lacking a lot of sockets. But now it feels like that's the case. Everything,
literally
100% of the time. So the previously teased system of having it be tied down to gems could be a pretty good solution. But who knows? It's been a long time. And in GGG fashion, they probably might have come up with something better, even better.
And a big problem that they identified before was like early game, especially gear lock-in, where it feels like you can't change your gear very much in Path of Exile, and that's kind of always been a thing. And it'd be nice to be able to freely take advantage of like different items that you find as you're going. Have a little bit more freedom, a little bit more kind of breathing room than what we feel like we have with the skills right now. What about you, Nugi?
No, I think the game being dynamic would probably be the main thing that I think they're gonna go for. With the whole re-rigging of all the characters, them flowing through combat, and then you find an item on the ground and you can just immediately swap it out because you think it's better. There's no taking out the gems anymore and all that, so everything will just... There won't be many moments where you're kind of tinkering while mid-combat. Maybe you find something that's really good, but while you're fighting a big boss and just, boom, I socket it in immediately. I don't even really need to do all the re-rigging. I think I
feel like that's GGG's like worst nightmare. We've had so many situations where like swapping out things make
you're already metagaming it. Just have an inventory full of different items for different combat. Like, I'm putting this on now. And
yeah, we're going back to the snapshotting.
Yeah. I'm sure that's gonna. The thing is, with a clean slate and everything changing, you never know how players are going to take that and be creative with it. Well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think shortening that moment from finding something to using it is like a really good thing to do. But it's good for the endorphins, right? Like, some of the I think more successful leagues are those ones that have the shorter gap between like the content you're doing and then the reward you're getting for it. Whereas the reward that comes, a long time down the line after a lot of stuff is realized, that's a lot harder for a lot of people to engage with quite as much, I think. So that kind of brings me, we're not just getting Path of Exile 2 stuff today. Towards the end of the keynote, there'll also be the reveal of the next Path of Exile 1 League, and it might be the last ever Path of Exile 1 League. Like, I don't know if they're going to do more after this, because there'll be the beta for PoE 2. All focus will be on that. Like, after the beta's out, are we really going to be like, yeah, let's go play the Pee Wee 1 League again?
Gonna be a beta.
Well, that's...
Whoa.
What do you know, Sig?
I mean, I don't know anything. I really don't this time. Everybody always says to me, oh, you know everything, Ziggy.
You're the inside man. They bounce ideas off of you. They, you know.
I really wanted to know nothing for this, and I was super glad that they did not spoil like almost anything for me, so that I could go into this completely blind, because I want to be here with all you guys.
Yeah, we were in the back room, and they were doing stage checks, and we were just like, we can't see anything.
Yeah, there was something on the TV there. We're like, no, I don't want to see it. Yeah, we all saw one word, and we're like, no. Erasing it from our minds. Yeah, no, it's erased from my mind as best I can.
What I can say is that I did not predict that.
That word. Yeah, no, that one caught me off guard.
I did not predict that.
Yeah, that was one. Yeah. Let's move away from that. What would you guys like to see out of it if it was a final Path of Exile League? It might not be. They might be doing more, but...
I mean, I still think it's going to be a big one. I've had lots of people say, oh, you know, they're probably just waiting for PoE 2 and not necessarily going to do anything still big in PoE 1 or leagues and stuff. I think it's going to be a big one. And as always, they're trying to reinvent the ARPG genre to some extent, bring in aspects from other games. And what games I've been playing that are, I think, pretty popular at the moment are these sorts of...
I know what you're going to say, survivors.
Exactly. I call them like reverse bullet hell.
Yeah, bullet heavens.
Yeah, something like that. So like a vampire survivor thing. And I think they at some point, like very early into the game, touched on something like this, which is the Coward's Trial map. So that's a unique map, and it's basically just slaying waves of monsters, right? But it's very old, very dated. And I could see that they could definitely capitalize on that hype and sort of...
I could see that.
An entire league where you just...
If they reveal that now, everyone's going to be very...
Oh, I hope I didn't... I'll take credit for, predict it by all means, but I think that could be a really fun league mechanic for just satisfaction.
Yeah, that whole genre is like a distillation of action RPGs in general. It's like just take a lot of action RPG, kind of strip them down to like the very base of kill monster, get upgrade.
Yeah.
And it would blend well, I think. And we've seen a little bit of like sampling from other genres. We saw some roguelike action recently.
Exactly. And yeah, it just seems like they see what's hot out there right now. How can we bring it to this game? And a lot of the time, it feels like it comes out of nowhere for this game, and it works. Sometimes I feel like it doesn't always work, but it's good. It's worth a try, and it's an experiment. But this one, I think that type of mechanic and system would be great, and who knows? Innovation is their strong suit.
I'm definitely here for that one, but that's the one route they could go. Yeah, guys have any other thoughts of a different route they could go, maybe?
Sure.
Yeah.
Fixed trading, bring back Harvest, auction house.
Path of Exile Copium.
GG's been installing harder in PoE 1 than we have on this keynote. So, yeah, no, I'm just hoping for big bosses and a big wrap up to the story. Again, the thing we're seeing behind us, there's a little bit of a possibly an ascended Xana-like creature. I don't quite know how that works out lore-wise. Maps are timeless, all this sort of stuff. I think they might be going big. I remember last time it was Metamorph, and it was met with Conquerors of the Atlas as well. So that was a pretty good combo.
Yeah.
Definitely a very enjoyable league.
Conquerors, sick.
Hopefully no picking up of organs this time.
Automatically picking up organs.
Gotta call him out right now. Oh yeah, because we're reacting later on to what we're gonna be seeing.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, we can call him out. Good.
What about you, Nugi?
Oh, it's a tough one. I mean, a big wrap-up would make sense if it is really the last PoE 1 league.
Yeah.
So, like Ryan said earlier, blow it all up.
Blow it up.
Blow it all up. It always works because what's left in the ashes. We'll see about that. Or a boat league.
I mean, that's always the other option. Right?
Yep. There's always
and/or fishing league.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had gardening. Surely we can have fishing actually at some point. And as the like final, just like a meme send off for PoE 1.
Yeah.
I think Crystal curses the gardening league. Quite a bit of...
Well, yes, we know they do. Certainly.
I don't think they like that one.
I think, yeah, it's kind of the ending of an era. We're moving from PoE 1 to PoE 2, and we're jumping forwards in time significantly. We're not getting a whole new world, but we are getting propelled forwards into the future and maybe exploring new lands. So it basically is a whole new world in one sense. So some sort of send-off. I would love even if it was just a little thing, just some little send-off incorporated into the league or into the game, or maybe that if they're doing some sort of like update to the end game, something like that, you can couple that with like something a little bit of a teaser of what's happening in the end game when PoE 2 comes out as well, because we've had some invasions from otherworldly entities recently, and that's certainly been hinting and leaning towards an extension of that. So there's going to be two kind of new storylines getting explored here, both Path of Exile 2 and its campaign storyline, but also what's happening with the end game. What is the Maven heralding forwards for us? You guys have any thoughts on that?
I mean, not really. Like, how much bigger can you go? It's
I know,
already,
right?
Like, we're already cosmic. Like, you start out on the beach and you've got a driftwood club, right? And then you're slaying the cosmic entities from...
Well, that's what I think is rather interesting, is that we have Path of Exile 1 got really big, maybe too big, killing all the gods.
Yeah.
That's like the storytelling thing is like, you get to that point and it's like, okay, you got to kind of pull it back a little bit. And it looks like we might be going a little bit more humble, a little bit more grounded for the start for PoE 2, and I think that's really cool. Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
So, and PoE 2, like being able to pull down to something more of a grounded story, something a little grittier maybe, a little bit less crazy over the top, and then contrasting that maybe with the end game being a different thing, because they've always been a little bit separate, right? Like you have the story of the campaign, and then you get into endgame, and then it's its own separate story that's evolved separately and on a different timeline with some weird wacky stuff when you start to think about which exiles were where and which exiles we're playing now and which exiles we're playing before and how they incorporated the story. It's kind of like a wild system that is difficult to explain to non-PoE players, perhaps.
I mean,
even to PoE players, it's difficult to explain.
Yes.
I can fully expect a new world and everything. Just, oh, well, if they kind of close it off in a way with a big bang, maybe it's like kind of a reset and then we keep going further and further. I'm kind of hoping for that, because you were speaking very confidently about the beta and maybe no new world. Maybe we're gonna do an invasion on the world of wherever Maven's from and all that. I would love to see that big, mighty boss battles. I think PoE has been doing really well with that, and they're ramping it up every time, so the more of that, the better. Because it used to be a little bit disjointed too, you know? Back in the day, it was like, oh, you could do this boss or you could not, but now they're tied into the main gameplay, and I really love that. I think it's really great.
Yeah, I think bossing has been getting better and better, and those like spectacular moments of those big boss fights have become both the thing that propels you forwards in chunks through the game and through the end game, and then also the big goals too, like to take on these various bosses and then the uber bosses behind them. We have so much there in Path of Exile, and that's been getting better and better. And from what we've seen in the past, the bosses in Path of Exile 2 campaign look awesome. Like the previous demo, like the Devourer and those very boss fights that look like more interesting arenas, more interesting fights, and that's something I hope to see a lot of today, hopefully, is like some cool boss fights. I know we've got like 30 minutes or something of gameplay time live on stage, so...
Spoiler.
Yeah.
And
also
difficult gameplay, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they've ramped it up.
You were mentioning, Raz, you'd heard something about that.
Yeah, the difficulty is supposed to be through the roof. So if you're a player that's a little bit concerned about what you're going to be seeing here, if you're a father of 17 children and you've got the dishes to do and you can only play 20 minutes a month,
I'm not ready.
I think don't worry about it too much. I think there's going to be plenty of gameplay for everybody.
Yeah, you won't run out anytime soon in that situation.
Well, I hope so.
Any, we're almost to wrap up time and moving over to the main stage, but any final thoughts that you guys want to throw in? Anything you hope to see or anything like that? We've got 2 minutes, Noogie.
Turn to me.
Yep.
Final thoughts. Wow, I just want to see passion. I just want to see passion and just people just giving us everything they've been building. It's predictions. I really at this point I just don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe an MTX. I would like to see a toucan.
A toucan?
Yeah, that would be nice.
What about you, Malcolm?
I would just love to see a nervous Chris Wilson up on stage.
Yes.
Like for as much nerves as I'm having right now, like doing this sort of thing and waiting for the reveal, it pales in comparison to getting on stage and revealing everything for the past few years and just seeing someone so excited about their game.
Yeah, I know they're all like super excited, but also super nervous. I saw a lot of them before, and yeah, you can feel that excitement. Rise, any closing thoughts, mate? Before we sprint over so we get our seats.
Yeah, absolutely, Dad. I mean, everybody from the GGG side has felt really, really excited. We were trying to get them drunk at some of the parties. They weren't having it. They're well trained.
Ah, no spoilers.
Yeah, really, they weren't giving us anything.
No, that's good. They were more so than last time, even. Also, I've got to remind you folks, if you're watching live on Twitch, don't forget to connect your Twitch and Path of Exile account so you can get drops access to. Was there like a cool hideout or something like that, or did we only get that? I don't know if I'm teasing.
There were some really nice wings and a portal.
Yeah, great.
So, but yeah, they look really good, those drops.
Excellent. Yeah, so make sure you hit that up. We're just about to go over to the live stage, and I can't wait to see what we're going to see from Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1. It's been very exciting. Thanks for hanging out with us for the Stall cast. I'm Ziggy D with Mathel, Rise, and Noogie. We'll sprint back over here just after the keynote is finished. There is not much time left, so we'll see you fine folks over there in just a moment. Thank you very much.
Need more time.
D4 bad.
I'm low on energy.
Predictions, I really, at this point, I just don't know.
Yeah, the keynote is finished. There is not. But also super nervous. I saw a lot of them before, and yeah, you can get it.
For bad.
Need more time. I don't have enough energy. I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I'm low on energy.
Hey guys, how's it going? Perry in here. And welcome to Exilecon! Thank you all so much for joining us here in New Zealand. It's quite a journey. Thank you guys for joining us online. It's going to be a fantastic show. So you guys want to learn about what's coming up in Path of Exile? Oh, you do? Me too. Yeah. Well, before we get to people that are best to deliver that information, before we get into Path of Exile's wonderful future, let's take a moment to go over all the wonderful things we have already experienced in Path of Exile. Let's take a moment to check out Path of Exile from the past.
Life is fleeting.
A worthy opponent.
Go with God. Death to sin. The touch of God. Bow to your queen, mortal.
You there. Let me bend your ear for a minute.
Why are you so in love with death?
Don't have enough energy.
To the grove, exile. A heart of the awaits. This one should be rather legitimate. Does the toy wish to play with me?
Your path to greatness has taken a hard turn toward a cliff. Detonations incoming!
There's no time. I've become too weak to sustain the blood crucible.
This defiance ends here, hatchling.
Another mortal wanders into my prison. You cannot escape Theodat's gaze!
I need more time.
Thou creatures!
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to Exilecon 2023. It feels like just yesterday that I was here on stage at Exilecon 2019 announcing Path of Exile 2. Since then, we have worked tirelessly on the content we're going to show you this weekend. To everyone here in person, thank you so much for coming out to join us. It honestly feels so good to know that people love Path of Exile so much that they fly across the world to come and celebrate it with us in person here. I really hope you have a great trip and make the most of your time in New Zealand. Our last Exilecon was a magical experience, and we've tried to go above and beyond in every way this time. If you're tuning in online to watch the live stream, thanks for joining us also. I wish you could all be with us here, but to ensure you have the full Exilecon experience, we have made sure to include every talk and session as part of the 2-day live stream this weekend. Twitch drops are enabled for the live stream, but if you're here in the audience, you'll automatically get them when you redeem the microtransaction code in your swag bag, so no need to stream it from your phones while you're watching. You'll also receive the attendee-only Exilecon 2023 hideout. We have so much to share with you this weekend, and let's just get right into Path of Exile 2. I'd like to introduce Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts, game directors of Path of Exile 2.
Hey guys. While Chris has been running Path of Exile 1, Mark and I and over 100 other developers have been hard at work on PoE 2.
Yes.
And honestly, the project has become much bigger than we expected when we announced it in 2019. It's been almost 4 years since then, and so it's about time we showed you what we've been working on.
Goodbye then.
Oh, hang on. Okay. Sorry, I forgot. Okay. When we announced Path of Exile 2 at Exilecon 2019, we told you guys that we were releasing it as an expansion to PoE 1 and that both campaigns would be playable in the same game client with a shared endgame. But PoE 2's scope has continued to grow and grow, and it's far more than just an expansion with a new campaign. It has entirely new monsters, skills, mechanics, classes, everything you'd expect from the next generation of action RPGs. Not to mention revamps of most of the PoE 1 League content. This thing is just freaking huge. There was a point when we realized that our plan to replace PoE 1 with PoE 2 would essentially be getting rid of a game that people love for no real reason. So we made a decision. Path of Exile 1 and 2 will be separate with their own mechanics, balance, endgames, and leagues. But it's still a shared platform. Your microtransactions are available across both games. Everything you have ever purchased or will ever purchase in the future will be usable in both games unless it's hyper-specific to the content of one of them. You can't transform into a bear in PoE 1, so a reskin of your bear form isn't going to work. But you absolutely can equip the awesome armor set that you got and use all your stash tabs. So with that in mind, we'd love to show you a live demo of some of the stuff we've been working on. PoE 2 has come a long way. Mark here is going to man the PC. Hopefully he doesn't die. It is a live gameplay demo after all.
The gods call stalkers, you know. After Orient was destroyed, I traveled, searching for answers. Everywhere I went, the same divine devastation. It must end. I will end it. And no exile will stop me.
I'm not ready yet.
will be reborn, no matter the cost.
All right, Mark, your turn now. Welcome to Path of Exile 2. We'd like to start off by showing you some of the gameplay of Act 3, one of the 6 acts in Tier 2's campaign. We're starting here in the jungle depths.
I need more time.
Act 3 is set in the ruins of the Baal civilization, built thousands of years ago. Jungle has taken over their former once great cities, and we'll be exploring it using one of the 6 new character classes called the Monk. In PoE 1, we have one character class for each of the combinations of strength, dexterity, and intelligence. When looking at the design of PoE 2, though, we realized that many of the new skills that we were trying to design just didn't really fit thematically with the existing classes that we had. Being a spellcaster with a bear form makes sense for strength int, but it just doesn't really sound like something a Templar would do. We realized that since we had new mechanics for every attribute combination, it actually made sense to design a new character class to explore the new themes. In PoE 2, every attribute combination has 2 classes associated with it. Strength int has the Templar or the Druid. On dexterity, you have the Ranger or the more spear-focused Huntress. And on dex int, you have the Shadow and the Monk, which Mark is playing here. Each class has its own 3 ascendancies that let you further specialize the class in a way that only that class has access to. But they both start at the same location on the passive tree. The quest rewards you are offered on the 2 variants are tailored to the class. But of course, this is PoE. You can still mix and match anything to your heart's content. Looks like we've come across the boss for this area. In PoE 2, every area of the campaign contains a boss of at least this difficulty. That's over 100 bosses to fight as you make your way through the campaign, and they all have unique mechanics. As you've been watching from Mark fighting here, you probably noticed that melee combat in PoE 2 is a very different feel than before. We've done a lot of things to add mobility to combat. Practically every melee skill in PoE 2 has some kind of movement built into it. But the Monk in particular is a melee fighter who specializes in mobility over brute strength. So, as Mark has been playing, you might have noticed these blue markers over enemies. Mark is a skill equip called Killing Palm. Whenever an enemy has a blue indicator over it, it means that the monster has low enough life to cull with Killing Palm. Successfully executing the cull will give you a power charge. This is an important skill for the Monk, since many of his skills interact with power charges. One of the great things about this skill is that it has a built-in dash forward, which makes it much easier to target the skill right at the point where you need it. We've done a huge amount of work in PoE 2 to make using skills like this feel satisfying. If you're accidentally targeting slightly off the monster, the skill will automatically lock onto the colorable target, and it will even do a small amount of pathfinding around obstacles. We really want to make sure that when you've got an opportunity to use the skill, nothing is going to get in your way. Once you have some power charges, you're going to need some skills to power up. A great follow-up is Falling Thunder. Falling Thunder without a power charge just creates a relatively small lightning AoE in front of you. But if you do it with power charges, it turns into a pack clearer with a large number of extra projectiles. One thing to notice here is that, like almost every melee skill in PoE 2, Falling Thunder has a little bit of extra movement built in, just in case you need it. Use the skill within range and you just do the flip in place. You use it at a larger range and your character will move forward while executing it, getting you into position without any time penalty. In PoE 2, you also get a short period to redirect your target. Notice how you can start the skill facing one way, then whip the mouse sideways to land the skill in a different direction? Now, in order to get power charges, you're going to first need to get some lower life monsters into a colorable range. You've got a few options if you want to charge right in. Whirling Assault is great. It doesn't do much damage per hit, but it covers a lot of ground. And notice how you can turn as you do it? Generally speaking, you never lose control of your character in PoE 2. If you make a turn at the right time, you can get a couple of extra hits on the monsters, getting them in range of your cull. Follow up with a killing palm and then finish off the rest of the pack with your falling thunder. We've now entered the Vaal Mechanarium. This is the place where the Vaal built the various constructs that they relied on to power their civilization.
Now this is a find! A Vaal ruin that hasn't been looted? I wonder why nobody's been in here before.
One useful feature we've added is the ability to call in NPCs to where you are to give you more information or help you with quest objectives, rather than always having to go back to town. In this case, we've called in Alba to find out what to do.
This mechanism. If powered with a small soul core, it could open that door. There should definitely be soul cores somewhere around here. They had to power these constructs somehow.
As Alva just said, we need to find a small soul core to open this door. Let's explore. If you want to shave off some life without getting too close to some of the more dangerous monsters, a great option is Wind Blast. Wind Blast also doesn't do too much damage, but it keeps enemies back. The closer they are, the farther they're pushed back, so it's a great option for keeping smaller but higher damage enemies at bay. Note that the bigger the enemy is, the less they'll be pushed back, so trying to push back some giants isn't going to be as effective. And there's the soul core. Let's get back to the door.
Need more time.
I'll keep investigating in here. Bring me in if you find anything else.
Away! Now, if you need to defeat tougher enemies, it might be time to break out some of the ice skills in the monk's arsenal. Glacial Cascade creates a wave of ice that moves slowly in front of the player. It's pretty ineffective against fast-moving monsters because most of the damage occurs right at the end of the wave, and so a lot of monsters will just walk right by it. But if you can find a way to make a monster stop at just the right place, it can be very effective. In order to do that, you're probably going to want to freeze some monsters. monk has a few different tools to do this. A fairly simple option is to get right in the monster's face with Ice Strike. Ice Strike doesn't do too much damage at the first 2 hits, but attack 3 times in sequence and you can get off a combo that has a much higher chance to freeze. Get in there with the freeze, then roll back and finish the job with Glacial Cascade. Now, remember how Glacial Cascade is that extra damaging spike at the end? If you hit a frozen enemy with that spike, it shatters the ice on the enemy and does a devastating amount of damage. This is a really great combo against bosses, as you'll see later. Oh yeah, and I've just been casually mentioning rolling around. Did I forget to mention that in PoE 2 we added a dodge roll to every character? Just press spacebar at any time to roll. There's no cooldown and no limitations. And it even has pathfinding in it, so you don't get stuck on anything. When you when you dodge roll, you're not invulnerable. If something hits you, you're going to feel it, but most things aren't going to hit you. And that's because while you're rolling, projectiles and melee strikes will always miss. You'll have to roll out of the way of a slam that has AoE, but anyone swinging a sword or throwing a fireball is going to miss. Now, another important function of dodge roll is it lets you cancel out of any skill at any time. This makes it so you don't feel like you're getting stuck during a long animation when something's about to hit you. It really changes how skills with longer attack and cast times play, and makes dodge roll a very reliable feeling way to avoid attacks. So, that's one way to get out of the way of damage, but the monk specializes in mobility, so it makes sense that he would have some more. Wave of Frost is one of our new attacks with a retreat built right in. You move backwards and throw out a cold attack with a significant freeze. A great thing about this is that it puts you at a good distance to follow up with a Glacial Cascade and do a whole pile of damage. Another skill you can use to get some extra freeze is Shattering Palm. Shattering Palm is a palm strike that puts a small ice bomb on the target. Kill or deal enough damage to the target and the bomb will explode, doing some damage and a significant freeze. It's a great option against bosses where the wave of ice might not be enough to get that freeze off. But you still really want to use Glacial Cascade to get the damage bonus. The final skill we're going to show you today is Flicker Strike. It's a monk skill, and another skill that consumes power charges. If you've played PoE 1 before, you know what to expect. It's a great finish of a tough boss fight, if you were able to get some power charges beforehand. Here we have Blackjaw, former overseer of the Mechanarium. When the Varl fell, he was turned to stone and now guards the area. In order to take down this boss, we're going to need all the tools in the monk's arsenal, especially the combo of Freeze and Glacial Cascade. Now, if you're a PoE 1 player, you might think you can't rely on Freeze because there's so many bosses that are immune to it. But in PoE 2, that's changing significantly. In PoE 1, Freeze is a binary mechanic. An attack freezes the target, or it doesn't. What this basically means is that in PoE 1, we were forced to add freeze immunity to many bosses because freeze just trivialized them. Because of that, freezing was something you could only really rely on while pack clearing, and not something you could use as a core part of your build for boss fighting. In PoE 2, though, all crowd control mechanics now have internal meters that allow you to build up to a freeze or stun, or whatever other CC mechanic that you're using. It's a little bit like poise from games like Elden Ring, though the meters tend to be a lot smaller than those games. When you freeze an enemy, it increases the amount of freeze you need to do to get another freeze, but the increased difficulty bleeds away slowly. More freeze will always let you freeze the boss more often, but this system means that you will not get out of control in party play or interact badly with other CC mechanics, allowing us to let these kinds of mechanics actually work against all bosses. Let's take two. All right, so this might be a good time to mention that in PoE 2, if you die to the boss, you have to start again from the start. There's no boss cheesing. So hang on. Oh, there might be a... Are you okay? Oh, 1 second. One technical issue. Just typing some cheats to... All right, we good? Back to the stream. All right.
Round 2.
Let's go.
Do we have a balance there? Like, come on.
Holy. Okay, do the... Yep, nice. Whoa.
Come on.
freeze. Oh, oh no! Oh, shit! Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Come on, come on. No. Get it. They're so good. There you go, there you go.
After this.
No. Get him. Okay. All right. Okay, there we go. All right. All right. Second time's the charm. So, Blackjaw has dropped a consumable quest item here called the Flame Core. It's a permanent +10 to Spirit. In PoE 2, we really want to make sure that you will feel rewarded for exploration. It wouldn't be much good if we made all these awesome optional bosses if we didn't have something great to find for killing them. One of the things you might find for killing a boss is permanent stat bonuses for your character.
Not ready. Wonder what Spirit is.
Alright, now because this random area is different, Mark will have to find his way to the exit the hard way.
This is, have I died? This is no longer rehearsed at all.
Alright.
Face your demise. Need to use those killing palms more often, Mark. Your fate is sealed.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
My poor heart.
Lightning strike. Oh. I think you got completely lost there.
I have no idea where I am.
All right. Yeah, there we go. All right, here we are. Here's the exit.
So I'm going to die to these things somewhere.
All right. Let's go right through. All right. All right. In order to help with the next area, we're going to call in a sorceress. I'd like to welcome Octavian to the stage, who's going to join the party with Mark, so we can play through together. Right, 1 second. All right. Here we go. All right. The sorceress is the new intelligence-focused character in PoE 2. While the witch focuses more on occult magic and summoning, the sorceress is themed around pure elemental destruction. Let's have a look at how she plays.
This is the largest soul core I've ever seen. With this, we could power the canal systems. But it isn't charged. There is still latent energy in this machinarium from its ancient operation. These lines in the stonework should lead to generators. You might need to find some more soul cores to spin them up, but everything looks to be in surprisingly decent condition. Maybe the golems have been maintaining it. In any case, it should still function. We'll have to remove that large core from the wall, of course, but that shouldn't be a problem.
We have some skills here you're probably going to recognize if you've played PoE1 before, but they feel a bit different now. Spark is great in these tight passages since it bounces around. We've added a Pierce support gem to really allow it to hit an entire room full of targets. For a more single target focused skill, Arc is a great choice. It does much more damage than the first target that you hit. Now, if you find yourself surrounded, it might be a good idea to use Ice Nova. It hits all enemies around you and slows them down with a chill. Just be careful. Getting up close and personal isn't the ideal place for a sorceress to be. She doesn't have the defenses of a more melee-oriented character. In order to help with that, though, you could use Arctic Armor. In PoE 2, Arctic Armor is a buff that builds up as you stand still. You can see the ice crystals forming around the character. They drop off if you walk. When monsters hit you, they take cold damage and build up to a freeze, so it's a great defense. Just be careful. You have to be standing still for a little while to get the full effect, so trying to stutter step using it isn't the best strategy. Now, Arctic Armor is an ongoing buff, but did you notice it didn't reserve any mana? How does that work? Well, we were pretty sick of the fact that in PoE 1, basically every character was playing with no mana pool, so we decided to change the way that reservation works. In PoE 2, there's a new resource called Spirit. Spirit is a dedicated resource that you can use for ongoing effects like Arctic Armor, Heralds, Auras, and Minions. Everyone starts with 100 Spirit, which is enough for most ongoing effects. But if you want more, you're going to need to get some more Spirit, which is available on mods from items and on the passive tree. But if you're willing to give up your offhand slot, the easiest way to get it is by holding a Scepter. Find out more about that in the items talk later on. Now, if you want to increase the cold damage that you're dealing, you can always use Frost Bomb. It places a bomb on the ground that reduces enemies' cold resistance while it's ticking down. It's a great opportunity to use some cold skills before it explodes. And speaking of cold skills, a great skill to use on monsters with lower cold resistance is Comet. This is a new skill in PoE 2 and it hits pretty damn hard. It costs a lot of mana and has a really long cast time, but it's worth the wait. It does a devastating amount of damage. To help you out of danger, your character moves back slightly as it casts. It's pretty hard to hit fast-moving opponents, but it's great on tougher enemies that stand still, or even a larger pack if you're further away and can predict where they're going to move. Now, if you run out of mana casting too many of those, I guess in an emergency you could use your free-to-cast Fireball. So where did that come from, you ask? Well, this is a great opportunity to explain the way that we've changed caster weapons in PoE 2. Now, in PoE 1, caster weapons had a default melee attack that nobody used. And because they had that, they also had a bunch of attack. In PoE 2, we wanted to clean that up. So each staff now comes with a built-in free-to-cast spell. Just put it on and spam away to your heart's content. Now, this particular staff is the base type that you'll get right on the starting beach, so it's quite likely that you'll have outgrown it by now. So that's why we've also made a lot of staves with more utility-focused powers for casters to use. Here we have a crystal staff. It has a pretty cool built-in spell called Unleash. Using it slams your staff on the ground and will allow you to triple cast whatever you cast with your next spell. Now, of course, what you're probably going to want to use with that is something powerful, and Comet is a great option. You'll notice that Unleash is one of the few skills in PoE 2 with a cooldown. In general, we really try to avoid using cooldowns because we really hate the feeling that combat is just waiting to cast your next spell. But it does make sense for Unleash since it's free to cast, and it's something we want you to use situationally anyway. Now, if you're facing something tough, you might need to try out Mana Tempest. Mana Tempest creates a circle of power which your character literally hovers over the ground. While in the circle, your mana drains, but it powers up all your spells. Lightning projectiles will fork, beams will chain further, and you also do a lot more damage.
No mana.
What a superior product.
So, with all of these skills, here's a great combo to try. First, cast Frost Bomb to reduce the target's cold resistance. Then use Mana Tempest to increase your damage. Follow up with Unleash, and then triple cast Comet to do a truly insane amount of damage. Where do those ghosts come from?
These ghosts.
Yeah.
Whose fault is that?
This rare monster has dropped an uncut gem, and that's a great opportunity to talk about how skill gems drop in PoE 2. Instead of dropping specific gems, you can find uncut gems. Just right-click on them and pick whatever skill you want. Ignore the, whoops. The gem will come pre-leveled to the level of the area that dropped it, so it's a lot easier to change between skills in PoE 2. This time I think it might be cool to grab one of our meta gems. Meta gems are skills that can have other skills socketed into them, changing how they work. In this case, we're going to select Cast on Shock. Now, let's equip this thing on the skill screen and choose which spell to trigger with it. I think Comet might be fun. Now, because Cast on Shock reserves Spirit, we'll need to first disable our Arctic Armor. We have to decide if we'd rather have the extra defense or the extra offense of the Cast on Shock using our Spark. In PoE 2, trigger gems use a system of filling up cast time on each trigger. Basically, if a skill has a short cast time, it will trigger really often. And if it has a long cast time, like this Comet here, it will take a lot longer to trigger. You can see on the top left corner, there's a counter that shows you how long until the next trigger. Hopefully he shots the monsters. There we go. And there you have it. That's using Cast on Shock. We've automatically cast Comet whenever we're using our lightning skills. So, we found the generator. Time to power it up. As power is restored to the mechan area, all the constructs are coming back to life. We'll need to fight them on the way back to the charged Soul Core. So, one thing that PoE 1 players might have noticed is this character has both lightning spells and cold spells. That's pretty inefficient, right? It's a big no-no for most builds because any specialization into cold or lightning isn't going to affect the other element. And generic elemental damage increases are not going to be as powerful as focusing on a single element. Well, in PoE 2 we have another major new system to introduce to solve these kinds of problems. And it starts, oddly enough, with weapon swap. Now, in PoE 1, weapon swap isn't really used much for its originally intended purpose. We imagine that people were going to be swapping in and out between different weapons to deal with whatever situation they were in. People just don't do that at all. And a large reason for that is because it's really, really awkward. In PoE 2, we wanted to solve all of that. The staff Octavian is using here has an ice mod on it that makes it great for when he's using his ice spells. We would also like to be able to make sure that this build works just as well for his lightning spells. If Octavian equips his previous staff in his second weapon set, you can see that it appears on the character's back. Now, we're going to open up the skill screen. If Octavian opens the skill options for his lightning skills, you can see here that you can choose which weapon sets are usable with each skill. First, we uncheck set 1 from being used by his lightning skills. Then we go through the cold skills and turn those off with his lightning weapon. We'll just take a second.
If I can remember where they all are.
Yeah. Now, when we use Spark, the character will automatically switch to the lightning staff on his back and then use the skill. And when Octavian uses his Ice Nova, his character automatically switches to his Ice Staff before using it. You can configure each skill for which set to use, or both if you don't mind which. There's a very short time penalty to switching, so it can be good to leave some skills on both sets if it doesn't matter which weapon set you're using. But we still have a problem. Passives. Wouldn't it be nice if we could specialize in both cold and lightning passives on the character? Well, in PoE 2 you can. Hopefully Mark can deal with those monsters while we do this demo. So, we're on the passive skill screen here, and you can see that we are close to both a cold and a lightning cluster. At the top right of the screen, you can see that we have some weapon set specific points to allocate. If Octavian holds shift, he can allocate set 1 to the cold passives, and then allocate set 2 to the lightning passives. Now, check it out. As we use our weapon swap, the skills allocate changes from one build to the other automatically. So whenever we cast the appropriate spell, the character's passives reconfigure on the fly to the correct build for that spell. Now you can't do this with every single passive on your tree. Only points granted from skill books will allow this kind of dual specialization. So you're not going to be changing from a mace slamming warrior into a fire elementalist with the press of a button. But it certainly increases the number of options you have for builds. There's a huge number of places where the system can shine. You can augment your dagger shadow build with traps, or have a great curse set up on your witch with one spec and then move to your chaos debuff spells with the other, for example. It really opens up your options. Now another fun metagem to try out is called Barrier Invocation. This works a little bit like the trigger gems I talked about before, but this one charges up as your energy shield is hit by monsters. We're going to put an Ice Nova in this one. The more energy shield you lose, the more charge builds up. Just get that one equipped there, yep. So yeah, the more energy shield you lose, the more charge will build up until the point you're able to cast the socketed skill instantly. There we go. So you lose some, so you lose some energy shield, and at just the right time, invoke Ice Nova to cast all the stacked up copies in one instant cast. If you keep losing shield, you'll build up even more charge for even more casts. So it's a great defensive option in an emergency.
Overkill.
And here we are back at the charged soul core. All we have to do now is take it.
Just take it.
Oh, but what the... Don't die this time, guys.
Frozen? Nice. Wait.
Oh god. Frozen up.
Frozen, nice.
Helps that we're both doing nice then. Cold.
He's stunned.
Okay. Frozen? Frozen again?
Getting real lucky with those freeze procs this time.
All skill.
Frozen. Get away. Get away from him. Get away. Get away. Triangle. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Charlie.
Nice.
So that's Path of Exile 2. These areas, as well as around half of each of the first 4 acts, are available to play at 3 demo zones around Exilecon. Now, if you're physically here at this event and you get to play the demo, just remember, it's a different game than before. It's a lot harder. You're probably going to run the first pack of monsters and just die. I really recommend you read the signs. They have good advice on how to combine your skills effectively, and remember, dodge rolls on spacebar. Use it. You're just going to die otherwise. So your next question is likely to be, when is the beta? Well, we're in our last year of development, but we're still finishing acts, adding skills, and balancing everything. The closed beta is going to start on June 7th, 2024. Path of Exile 2 has been a long time coming, and we're incredibly excited to be near the finish line, but we're just not quite there yet. We're determined not to rush this and make sure we get everything right. In the meantime, there's a lot in store for PoE 1. I'll hand back over to Chris, and he's going to talk about what's coming up. Thank you very much.
So that demo is very hard for them to do in person. Like, I am very impressed it went that well. So as Jonathan explained, Path of Exile 1 will continue to be its own unique game once Path of Exile 2 comes out. We will continue to update it with expansions and leagues going forward. And because accounts and microtransactions are shared between the two games, and their expansion releases are offset from each other, it's super easy to jump between them and effectively play both if you want. So I'm going off script for a second here and just going to explain this a bit better. Imagine we release a Path of Exile 2 expansion, right? So everyone dives in and plays it. You give it, say, out of the 13-week cycle, you're going to play for, some hardcore players play for the first few weeks, some people play for most of the time. We're going to aim a Path of Exile 1 expansion to come out towards the end of that cycle, say 4 or 5 weeks from the end, which also lasts for 3 months. So because Path of Exile 2 has more content and is a significantly larger game, it will mean that you can play Path of Exile 2 for the majority of the cycle, and then either keep playing if you want to keep playing Path of Exile 2, or jump into Path of Exile 1 when its league launches and enjoy that, either for the entire period or until the next Path of Exile 2 one comes out. And of course, because your purchases are shared, if you were to buy supporter packs or microtransactions in either, they're just available on your characters in the other. Speaking of Path of Exile 1 expansions, we've got one coming out in just 3 weeks, on August 18th. Let's watch the trailer for Path of Exile, Trial of the Ancestors.
Souls such as yours do not go quietly into the night. They thirst for battle. They yearn to prove themselves. Welcome to the halls of the dead. Earn your place among us. Under Henikora's watchful eye, test your mettle against the greatest warriors who ever lived. Prove yourself in the trial of the ancestors. In the end, only one can become champion. Will it be you?
In the Karui afterlife, the fallen chieftains of each tribe participate in a tournament called the Trial of the Ancestors. You will journey to the afterlife, assemble your own team, and enter the tournament to battle those chieftains and earn valuable rewards. As you play through areas in the Ancestor Challenge League, you'll find tradable silver coins. Using them will take you to the Kurui Afterlife, where you will encounter Navali, who you may remember from the Prophecy League. Each coin allows you to play a match of the tournament. You start the tournament with a basic team consisting of 3 warriors. The tournament is double elimination, meaning you're allowed to have 1 loss without consequence. A second loss eliminates you from the tournament. Your team will compete against 10 other tribes, and you choose who you're going to challenge next out of the teams left in the tournament. When you start a match, you see the configuration of the enemy team and get to place your team of warriors on the battlefield to challenge theirs. You and your party of exiles will play alongside your warriors. So while this league does have many elements of an auto-battler, you're right there fighting alongside them. During a match, when a warrior dies, they respawn at their totem after a short time. If their totem is destroyed, then they are instantly killed and can't respawn. The team that destroys all of the opposing totems wins. If you're playing a hardcore character though, don't worry. Hinokora, the goddess of death, is watching over you and will restore your soul to your body, so you can't permanently die in the afterlife. Like that. In the Trial of the Ancestors, strategy and tactics are key. Every unit has its own strengths and weaknesses that must be utilized to win matches. The turtle is really slow and really tanky. It's perfect for either defensive positioning to stop flankers or offensive positioning to tank hits for you if you're pushing through the middle. It's not great in the center or flank positions due to its slow movement speed. The Tuatara is a quick and deceptive unit, which is relatively well balanced for all positions. This version of the Tuatara has a stealth ability, which makes it perfect for the flanking position to sneak through enemy defenses and take out unprotected totems from the side. The Goliath of Night is a disruptor unit, and it's ideally placed in a center position to intercept enemies that are chasing you. You can also allocate it to defenses so that it disrupts enemies that are trying to kill your totems by stunning them. So in this match here, we've set up a Tuatara in a flanking position, a turtle on defense to guard our totems, and a Goliath to follow us as we attack up the middle. Our plan is to work with the Goliath to distract the enemy front line so the flanking Tuatara can get through and destroy some of their totems. Teamwork. Upon winning a match, you earn favor and other rewards. I'll talk about the other rewards shortly. There are a lot. You have a separate amount of favor with each tribe, and you can spend it by talking to their chieftain to recruit warriors and purchase field items and equipment that your team can use. Each tribe has specific specialities. For example, Hinokora's tribe manipulates life and death. Rongo Kurai's tribe is slow and tanky, with an emphasis on stuns and knockbacks. You can recruit warriors from many different tribes and mix and match them together into your team based on what you need. Field items are items that are placed on the battlefield and can be activated during the match to, for example, revive a warrior or heal your entire team. If a field item isn't consumed within a match, it persists on to the next match. But your warriors, their equipment, and your field items are all wiped between tournaments. You enter each tournament fresh. Your success in a tournament updates your overall ranking, which helps you earn better rewards in subsequent ones. Speaking of rewards, let's discuss the good part, what you can earn for succeeding at the Trial of the Ancestors. You can tell this gets me excited. Okay. You get a reward as you win each round of the tournament, and these rewards are visible when you're selecting which tribe you want to play against. They'll help inform your decision, as some of them are regular rewards and some of them are exclusive new rewards you can only get from the Trial of the Ancestors. I'm literally tripping over my words to get to the part where I can explain tattoos. Okay. The Ancestors reward you with special tattoos that are not applied to your skin, but they're engraved on your soul. This process can transform what your attribute skills on the passive tree do, basically the attribute highway nodes generally. The regular ones can only be applied to basic attribute skills and allow you to convert your tree's attribute highways into something more useful for you. For example, this one converts a small dexterity skill into movement speed. Each tribe has its own exclusive passive tattoos. This tattoo converts a small strength skill into additional fire resistance. This one converts a small intelligence skill into additional lightning damage. And this one converts a small strength skill into one that summons a minion when you take a savage hit from a unique enemy. But don't go overboard on the number of skills you convert with tattoos, as you'll probably need at least some of your attributes left to equip items. Each of the 10 tribes has an exclusive unique item that you can earn. These rarely show up as rewards for defeating that tribe in a match. Katava's Hunger is a unique majestic place that you can earn by defeating the Katava tribe. As you can see, it grants an immense amount of life for a single item, providing you don't have any life on any other pieces of your equipment. While this is tricky to accomplish, it also frees up all those other potential life slots to be something else that benefits your build, making it pure upside. This amulet is a unique item you can earn by defeating the Arohongui tribe. It has the powerful effect of causing your flasks to instantly recover life and mana whenever you're low. This could potentially be a powerful panic button, or maybe you want to build around permanently being on low life or mana so all of your flask usage is instant. If you manage to win the entire tournament, you'll not only receive the reward for the final match, but Hinokora will also give you a choice of 3 additional exclusive items. Let's have a look at some of the things you may be offered. First up, there are 4 unique items that exclusively come from Hinokora for completing the tournament. This belt, for example, lists a plethora of really powerful properties, both beneficial and detrimental. While you're wearing the belt, the property shifts around every 5 seconds. You never know what's going to happen next. Will you always crit, always evade, never evade? Maybe you're able to find some ways to build around the detrimental effects to create as much upside as possible. Hinokora also has a selection of special, more advanced passive tree tattoos that you can only receive from her. This one transforms a 30 intelligence notable attribute skill into one that increases the level of all of your intelligence gems. You're only allowed 1 copy of the specific attribute combination tattoo on a tree. Hinokora can also award you with a new type of item called an Omen. These are small items that sit in your inventory until a condition is met, at which point they are consumed and something happens. In this case, when you reach 25% life, your flasks are all replenished. Now don't worry, each player can only consume 1 Omen per combat area, so you don't have any reason to fill your entire inventory with them. This one creates a portal on death. We made it for me. It won't try to save your life, but it will save you some time. This one grants you Soul Eater when you level up. It's definitely worth carrying around for that occasional massive power boost. Omens are tradable but hard to get, so use them carefully. I shudder to think about how much this one is going to be worth in the presence of those incredibly rare unique weapons from 320. Now note, going off script again here, back in the day, when we had stuff like the Prophecy and so on that let you upgrade to rare forcibly on a specific base type, we had to block the good items by putting crap uniques on the, sorry, I meant upgrade to unique. We put crap uniques on that base type so that you couldn't get it every time. Well, we stopped doing that, so a lot of the uniques that were upgraded in 320 are just the only thing on the base type. So items like this let you deterministically get something quite valuable, hence they are quite rare. The most exciting one, though. Finally, Hinokora can offer you a lock of her hair. This is a very special currency item that lets you foresee the result of using another currency item to craft something. This means, for example, you can know where the result is rare. The most exciting one, though, get in 320 are just the only thing on the base type. So items like this let you deterministically get something quite valuable, hence they are quite rare. The most exciting one, though. Finally, Hinokora can offer you a lock of her hair. This is a very special currency item that lets you foresee the result of using another currency item to craft something. This means, for example, you can know whether it's worth exalting your item because you'll know exactly what the outcome is. Hinokora's lock will slot into your crafting pipeline with powerful consequences. The Trial of the Ancestors offers a wide selection of valuable new rewards as you complete matches and tournaments. We really look forward to seeing what strategies you develop for building, equipping, carefully placing, and playing alongside your tribe. So that's the new Challenge League, but Path of Exile expansions contain more than just a new league every 3 months. In each update, we also augment Path of Exile's endgame and shift the metagame with new gems and balance changes. This expansion is no exception. I'm going to explain the other changes in a medium amount of detail. I'm conscious that we have both new and existing players. For new players, I'm going to try to include some extra content to help make the changes more understandable. You can find out all the detail in the patch notes and other information we'll be posting in the few weeks before release. Let's start with how the Trial of the Ancestors expansion expands Path of Exile's endgame. In December last year, we released an expansion called The Forbidden Sanctum, which introduced the Sanctum Challenge League. This league was a roguelike game set within Path of Exile where you would randomly explore a randomly generated sanctum one room at a time, alongside your regular play. You'd pick which rooms you wanted to explore out of several options and accumulate beneficial boons and detrimental afflictions that made your run easier and harder, respectively. Not only did Sanctum work really well as a league, but it also had the potential to be added to Path of Exile as part of its core endgame content, alongside systems like mapping, delve, and heist. Well, in this expansion, the Forbidden Sanctum is back. I've really been looking forward to this one. We're reintroducing the Sanctum as core content in Path of Exile's endgame. You'll initially meet Divinia, the Sanctum NPC, in Act 10. Sanctums are now tradable items that you can find while playing maps in the endgame. A forbidden tome represents a whole floor of the Sanctum, and its rooms can be played back-to-back, or you can take breaks between them and do something else if you choose. Upon successfully completing that Sanctum floor, the next floor is generated as a tradable item with all of the state of your Sanctum run built in. This means that the item stores what boons and afflictions you had, what rewards you've locked in, and how much resolve you have left. You can then either play this floor or trade it to someone else if it feels more beneficial. For example, let's say you manage to lock in a really valuable reward. The example here is a Mirror of Calandra, but you'll also notice that... Do I have a laser pointer? It doesn't work on the board. Okay, 1 resolve. This is an example here where the player has a very good reward locked in, but a massive pile of dangerous afflictions and only 1 resolve on them. If you don't feel capable of completing the rest of the Sanctum from this point, then it would normally be a write-off, right? If you gave this to me, no way am I getting that mirror. But you can now trade the Sanctum state to someone else who is willing to pay for the chance to earn the mirror, or lose it. And you can look at expected value in economics, right? It's worth some percentage of that mirror, so you trade it for like 5 chaos to someone, they run it and lose their chaos. Your relics, which act as passive bonuses within the Sanctum, are locked in for the run when you start the first floor and can't be changed for the rest of the run. Speaking of relics, they're now tradable and have been rebalanced around this. To those of you wondering, we have decided against bringing back sanctified relics for now. A complete Sanctum run now requires killing the final boss, Lycia, in both her first and second form. She will always drop a unique relic, and these have been reworked and replaced as we rebalanced everything. An important aspect of the new Sanctum balance is that your primary defenses now have some effect on protecting your resolve. Your armor allows you to mitigate resolve loss, and your evasion grants you a chance to avoid resolve loss entirely, a lot like how armor and evasion work. Your energy shield grants you Resolve Aegis, which is a mechanic that works similarly to how Energy Shield behaves for life. In light of the new defensive opportunities and learnings from the original Challenge League, we've rebalanced the difficulty of Sanctum, especially in later floors, and have worked to add more monster and room variety to runs. We've added new boons and afflictions themed around the new defensive mechanics and have rebalanced many of the other ones. Like other optional endgame systems that involve tradable items, players who don't want to play Sanctum can trade their Sanctums to other players in exchange for an item or currency that benefits them more. Successful Sanctum play can generate a lot of rewards. It'll potentially be possible to build characters dedicated to Sanctum running and just farm Sanctums repeatedly in order to profit. Sanctum isn't the only improvement that Trial of the Ancestors brings to Path of Exile's endgame. We're also introducing 16 new Atlas Keystone passives to the Atlas passive tree. As a quick summary for new players joining us, the Atlas tree is a system that allows you to customize your endgame experience in Path of Exile. As you complete different maps, you gain skill points that can be allocated in the tree. You could use these points to modify the behavior of different content you encounter in endgame maps to make it more difficult or more rewarding, or to behave entirely differently. The system allows you to double down on the content you enjoy and avoid content you don't. Keystones are really impactful passives that totally change how endgame systems behave. Usually they have an element of give and take and require you to come up with new strategies to take advantage of them. Each of these 16 new Atlas Keystones changes how you might interact with Path of Exile's endgame. Let's have a look at some of them now. We will reveal the rest of them before the release of Trial of the Ancestors in a few weeks. Extreme Archaeology completely changes how you play expedition encounters. Instead of placing a series of regular explosives, you now place one gigantic explosive. Every single chest or monster in the blast radius is affected by every remnant in that radius. Speaker of the Dead makes it so that tormented spirits can possess you rather than possessing monsters, boosting your stats instead. While possessed, you can touch monsters just like a spirit can, making them stronger and more rewarding. It's kind of getting silly at this point, isn't it? Blight is like a tower defense minigame inside Path of Exile. The Cassia's Pride keystone makes it so that Blight monsters take significantly less damage from players and significantly more damage from Blight towers. This basically lets you go all in playing it like an actual tower defense game. Because we can. Lucid Dreams makes it so that Val side areas in your maps are no longer corrupted, meaning that you can use currency items to change their mods. That's right, when you encounter a Val side area, the keystone lets you craft it. Yeah, so we rebalanced the side area mods, we've improved reward outcomes, and we've made the downside mods a bit more punishing, you know, just to make it interesting if you try to go for the good outcomes. You may also rarely encounter a unique Val side area. Destructive play makes it so that the Maven will summon between 1 and 3 extra random map bosses when you are fighting witness map bosses. This keystone is analogous to the Eldritch Altar keystones that make those influences more difficult but more rewarding. There are another 11 new keystones that we'll reveal over the next few weeks. Together, these 16 keystones mean that regardless of how you enjoy your maps, you'll have plenty of new ways to play Path of Exile's endgame in this expansion. And I should note, in the initial draft of the keynote, I painstakingly went through every single keystone. It took like 10 minutes. But we'll put them in the news to save you some time here. In the Trial of the Ancestors expansion, we're shifting Path of Exile's metagame in several ways. The first is by introducing 14 new support gems, which are designed to take existing categories of skills and provide entirely new ways to play them. For full information, check the final gem hovers when we post them in the next few weeks. Let's have a look at a handful of these support gems now. In Path of Exile, war cries usually buff your party but don't directly hurt monsters. The Corrupting Cry support gem turns war cries into damage-dealing skills by making them inflict corrupted blood on monsters affected by the war cry or by your attacks that it exerts. The Returning Projectiles support gem causes projectiles from supported skills to return to you, piercing all targets but dealing a little less damage. I think there's another example too. The Fresh Meat support gem causes minions created by supported gems to gain adrenaline, critical strike chance, and critical strike damage for a duration after they're first summoned. So you've got to work out a way to keep refreshing your minions, and it makes them a lot more powerful. The Flamewood support gem causes totems to trigger projectile mortars at enemies that hit them. This is particularly synergistic with totems that can taunt enemies, such as Decoy Totem, or one of the new Chieftain Ascendancy skills that I might talk about shortly. The Sacrifice support gem works on spells that you either cast yourself or through totems. These spells now sacrifice a percentage of your current life, or the totem's life, to gain additional chaos damage based on how much life was sacrificed. The Frigid Bond support gem affects Link skills and causes a cold mist to come over them. Enemies caught in the beam are chilled and dealt cold damage over time. This creates a new tool for a cold damage over time build requiring strategic placement of both yourself and your linked ally. I mentioned it was going to get silly. The Locust Mine support gem looks OP and affects attack skills that use bows and wands. Instead of directly using the supported skill, you throw mines in an arc that use that skill for you, targeting your location when you detonate them. In addition to these gems, there are another 7 that we'll be revealing over the next few weeks. In addition to the 14 new support gems, our balance work for the Trial of the Ancestors involved us revamping 2 Ascendancy classes. These are the subclasses that you can specialize in as you play through Path of Exile's campaign. Each main character class has 3 Ascendancy classes available. In the last expansion, Crucible, we overhauled the Pathfinder and Saboteur. This time, it's the Guardian and Chieftain, which are specializations of the Templar and Marauders, respectively. While we were very happy with the theme of the Guardian, it was falling behind the power level and popularity of other Ascendancy classes. Our changes in this expansion have modernized the class and will present you with more relevant build opportunities than before. Brace yourself. Okay. Path of Exile 102. Harmony of Purpose can power up parties using link skills. Time of Need now completely cleanses and heals you every 4 seconds. Radiant and Unwavering Crusade both fully embrace the Holy Summoner theme by giving you access to some exciting new types of minions that are exclusive to this Ascendancy class. We have this picture on the announcement page, pathofexile.com/ancestor for you to scrutinize. Next. While the Guardian's revamp was similar to that of the Pathfinder, the Chieftain has received the Saboteur treatment. To be honest, we were unhappy about many aspects of this Ascendancy class in its old form, and so we have completely redesigned it. You can play it now. It's basically an entirely new Ascendancy class with the same name and art and a new way of approaching its themes. Its new skills let you, among other things, cause enemies to explode, turn off enemies' fire resistance while you're stationary, convert passive skills to apply to fire damage, and have your fire resistances apply to your cold and lightning resistances. I'll just give you a sec more to read. Alright, that's on the site too for you to check out. It's pretty powerful now. To celebrate the release of the Trial of the Ancestors, we'll be hosting a boss kill event. To enter, create a hardcore solo self-found character in the Ancestor League and race to kill all 7 Uber Pinnacle bosses on the same character. Note that unlike the last event we ran, this one is not a ruthless event. We'll post more information about the event and its prizes in the news before release. Best of luck to everyone. For the Ancestor Challenge League, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Shade and Disciple packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value and points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available for the duration of the Ancestor League and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect the character's power or progression in any way, despite how cool they look. The Shade series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Alright, the Sarcophagus back attachment imprisons an unspeakable evil that struggles to break free. Nearby monsters send it into a frenzy, and enemy deaths provide it with souls to feast upon. The Stygian Waypoint shackles visitors to your hideout in chains, yourself included. These chains are just cosmetic though, and they break as soon as you move. It would supposedly be a gameplay advantage to be able to imprison people. The Ferryman's armor set is so full of trapped souls that some of them try to escape. Moving while wearing the boots will leave souls in your wake trying to break free. The Infernal Portal opens a gate to the Netherrealm when you approach. This prompted a lot of internal discussion about whether using Hellfire to heat your hideout is actually safe and practical. The Demon-bound crafting bench allows you to enslave a malevolent entity to craft items for you. Be warned, it has a sharp tongue and will mock you mercilessly.
You chained me for such a paltry use?
The Nebula character effect causes items you pick up to orbit you in an ethereal cloud of loot. The Disciple series of supporter packs also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Look at Dog. I'm going to put that in the top pack. The Hero's Landing finisher effect summons a marble statue from the heavens to execute unique monsters you defeat. You decide whether it's the sword or the huge lump of rock that actually kills them. The Bell Tower map device heralds the opening of a new map with a peal of bells. Start to run out of portals though, and it will reflect your desperate situation. This is fine. The Cathedral armor set refracts light through your character, creating beautiful patterns on the ground around it. If your life gets low, it responds in kind. The Observer Diamond Flask summons a tentacled mass that fires its eye lasers at enemies you critically strike while the flask is active. Again, cosmetic. The Currency Orb Charge effect lets you pick from a number of different currency types to replace your charges with, as long as you've used that currency item anytime from today onwards. Some people... We have to store it in the database, right? Some people will show they can be part of the exclusive club of players who have actually used a Mirror of Calandra. This effect also causes your charges to display in town. So the theory is you go use your standard mirror, which we all have, right? The Faithful Hound Pet is a very good doggo, and it knows a few tricks. You can command it to sit, roll over, or play dead. And yes, you can pet the dog. These new packs are available right now at pathofexile.com/purchase, and purchases like these directly fund the ongoing development of Path of Exile 1 and 2. Meanwhile, the Lithomancer and Enchanter packs leave the store forever at the launch of Trial of the Ancestors, so now's your last chance to purchase them. There's some good stuff in those too. Thanks for your continued support. The fun part. For the last Exilecon, we developed a special card game that encapsulated the full gameplay arc of Path of Exile over the course of the event. Players could defeat monsters, progressively upgrade their items, use currency items to craft their equipment, find and run maps, and eventually defeat pinnacle bosses to earn rewards. It was a whole lot of fun, and we've had so many requests to run it again. So this year, we're proud to bring you the 2023 version of the Exilecon card game. And like all Path of Exile expansions, it even includes a challenge league. In your swag bags, you'll have found a box of Exilecon cards, and then a gentleman outside will have asked to purchase them from you for real money. If you have any cards left, you can use these to challenge GGG staff members who are walking around Exilecon as monsters. They'll be wearing t-shirts showing the monster's stats, which include symbols for their attack and defense. Using the cards in your deck box and those you accumulate by defeating monsters, put together one set of armor, one weapon and shield, or a two-handed weapon, and an amulet and 2 rings. To defeat a monster, the damage on your weapon has to be equal to or larger than the defense of the monster, and the defense on the armor and shield have to be equal to or larger than the attack of the monster. It's that simple. There are some wildcard symbols. It's explained on the rules in the box. Rings and amulets are pretty hard to find, and they can be used for either attack or defense. So to attack a monster, politely approach a staff member wearing the shirt.
G'day Exile, welcome back to the second half, the post-stall cast. For you, I'm Ziggy D, joined once again by Mathel, Rise QT, and Nugian. We're going to have a bit of a chat about what we've seen so far, and there is a lot to go over while we distract you while we wait for the next upcoming segment, which will be Kriparian interviewing Jonathan about Path of Exile 2. So until then, though, let's have a little bit of a chat about some of the things we've seen. Why don't we kick things off with the separation of Path of Exile 1 and 2 into separate games, and what that means. What do you guys have any thoughts about that, Mathel?
Yeah, apparently they didn't own enough of my soul. So, like, instead of just, you know, playing as much as you want of Path of Exile League, a few weeks here or there, you know, maybe half of it, something like that, and then maybe do some other things. Instead, you're pretty much locked in a cycle of playing both versions now with new launches continuously, and I'm just going to be doing that basically for the rest of my life. So that's the big shock and twist for me, but other than that, Path of Exile 2 looked amazing, and yeah, nothing short of what I expected.
Awesome. Rise?
I gotta say, I was thinking that that's the right path for Path of Exile. And I mentioned it to a couple people, and they were all going, nah, no, there's no way. They're not doing that. Even developers were like, we're not telling you anything. Turns out, they're doing it. So, like Matthew said, I think there's plenty to be played, and it's going to be for a long time. I think they have a very nice schedule with those last couple weeks leading into another PoE 1 or PoE 2 expansion. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Nugi?
Yeah, no, I agree. Pretty exciting. I'm not sure, like, you're still getting PoE 1 and 2 at the same time, just in PoE 2 and all upgraded. So it's not we're gonna have this weird split between 1 and 2. You're just getting it all in one package with enough content to, like, just Yeah.
Oh.
I think them separating the games the way they are does answer a lot of questions about like how certain PoE 1 things might have changed over to the new system.
Yeah.
PoE 2 and things like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
So I kind of expected that this isn't super unexpected, but what was really unexpected for me was the fact that they're keeping up with Path of Exile 1 expansions as well, like this split cycle. Like, I did not expect that in a million years.
I don't think anyone did.
Yeah, I thought PoE 1 was done, you know, just go Legacy and you could go back and play the old content if you wanted to, but I didn't realize there was going to be new updates to that. That's good. That's a lot of work for them. They're basically going to be splitting their office into 2 teams at that point and continuing development of both games.
And surely Path of Exile 1 only gets bigger and better from here as well, because for the past few years they've been working like largely on Path of Exile 2, and diverting less of their resources towards the PoE 1 leagues and all that. They've still been good, they've still been big, but like now if they're working on them in tandem, there's probably a large subsection of their team on Path of Exile 1 that maybe came back and kept doing the new PoE 2 systems on it as well.
I'm super curious what this means for the long term. Like, do the games like get to steer in different directions? Does Path of Exile 2 get to develop in one way, or Path of Exile 1 continues in a different trend? Maybe Path of Exile 1 keeps that like much faster gameplay. Maybe PoE 2 changes to this more combo-focused gameplay, a bit more like interactive, and they might grow apart separately over time potentially, or maybe borrow from each other as well. Well, it could happen there, right?
Yeah, that's a real possibility, because I remember seeing those trailers and thinking, that's going to be hard, like especially with the Monk, that's going to be hard to fit into PoE 1, and I mentioned that before, and it turns out, well, they don't got to do it. And yeah, there's been a lot of talk, definitely, about some of the trailers that they've shown in the past, with the gameplay being more methodical, slower, more tactical, and PoE 1, let's be real, it's not exactly like that anymore, so...
Yeah.
I think there's going to be plenty for each type of player, but it's nice to have that opportunity to be able, just like with different games, just try something maybe with a little bit different pace, but at the same time, we don't really know.
Yeah, let's talk about that like gameplay, like just in an overall sense, the gameplay of Path of Exile 2, what it looked like, what are you guys' impressions of it, what are your first thoughts on that, Apple?
I mean, I loved how crisp everything looked. But like the ice skills, the lightning, just the world that they, the aesthetic, exactly, the world they built there, and just seeing the new classes doing their new things, like it was exactly what I was hoping to see. It was at some times I think a bit slower than I would have liked, but that's just how it is early on, and then especially during a demo. Yeah, you should have noticed that I think pretty much nothing was like supported too much. There was a lot of extra passives unused.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you still want to be able to have your Path of Exile zoom and get through it pretty quick if you really want to. I'm sure we'll get that later on, but yeah, it looks just crisp.
Yeah, I anticipate that players will be playing that same content after a little while, twice as fast, right? With better links, better gear, better builds, and so on. For demonstration purposes, obviously slowed down quite a bit, but it gives you an idea of what they're going for there. And showing that, I think, does allow for us to see a little bit of the idea of like, okay, so maybe we have the fast encounters, players really crushing stuff really quickly, but then maybe like at endgame, certain bosses or certain bosses where you're leveling, have those longer encounters, and this is what Path of Exile can do with that situation. Here's much more dynamic gameplay. We did see very different styles of gameplay too, from the Monk and from the Sorceress. One felt like a fighting game, and then the other one had like meta skills and like a bit more like combination between those different spells and things like that. So how do you guys feel about that? Did you prefer one over the other, or?
I think just having the dodge available, every class without a cooldown.
That's big.
Is crazy.
It didn't have a cooldown, right? Like, keep rolling. That's crazy.
And I saw some animation canceling with that too.
Yep.
That is very, very cool. I think that's much better. Hopefully it's going to be much better than what it is in current Path of Exile with some of the animation canceling. But yeah, absolutely. I think the Monk, pretty crisp. I think that was looking pretty good. The repositioning, the constant mobility, that's the sort of classes that I enjoy, so we're looking forward to that.
I think the going to the PoE 2 and slowing it down a bit, and all the uniqueness of all the different with the weapon swapping and all that, I think you're going to be able to live more in a certain fantasy in PoE 2 than you've been able to. Like, there's going to be more of a distinct feel to everything, where even as in PoE 1 you had flame dash on every warrior, like on every marauder, duelist, everything. But like, you were a spellcaster, but also a fighter. It's like, so I think like they can really lean into like the uniqueness of every character. I think that's going to feel real good.
Yeah, and then the weapon swapping as well. They haven't really specified what you can and can't do with that. They were talking a little bit about the different passives for like fire and lightning, but then can you do that with the types of melee weapons and switching that out? Like, that looks like a system that's got a lot of opportunity and probably going to be pretty tricky to develop around sooner or later.
That's what I figured. Looking at the weapon swapping, I thought it's an opportunity to be able to pick up like several different weapons while you're playing and actually spec into like a couple instead of just going for generic things and hoping that eventually you can commit to a weapon. This way you might at least be able to branch out into 2 different things, actually spec 2 different things, and then make a full choice later down the line. But yeah, I think it's going to have a big impact on melee as well as the casters.
Yeah, this all kind of like weaves into what you were talking about, of things becoming a lot more distinct. Like, you can have more distinctive styles between each class, but also distinctive styles within that class where you've got a character that's swapping between 2 weapon types for melee, or different staves or different wands or whatever for different caster styles. And that weapon swapping system was nuts. I did not expect that. So, and I thought that they'd be doing something with the skill system, so they kept what they had shown previously with the skill system. We saw the menu where you can drop your skills in and drop your supports in. We saw some very interesting looking meta skills, but then also adding to that and expanding that with this weapon swapping system that actually, like, it looks like it works, right? That's the thing that struck me about it, is like, as the current weapon swapping system, yeah, occasionally someone uses it.
It works. It's just uncomfortable.
Yeah, no one really wants to do it. There's like an occasional build that takes advantage of it for the most part, but mostly we're leveling offhanded gems, right? It's not very interesting.
Well, what about the gems, though?
Yeah?
I mean, the fact that they're in the... You can just pick them. You get the uncut, sure.
Oh, yeah, the uncut gem.
Oh, yeah.
That was nice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might be ruthless influence, because you can do that.
Right.
But you're so limited. While here, you can really mess around with it a lot. It's a really nice system, especially since there seems to be even more skills, and they're going to keep introducing, like they have been every league. Right now, they're focusing on support skills, but I would imagine those abilities are also going to come into play eventually, so it's just growing.
Well, some of our predictions were about shortening that time from like finding something cool to using it, and that system being able to get a new gem in the field without going back to town works for that, right? You find a cool new weapon, it's got it's a staff with like some fire skill or meta skill built into it that's going to work really cool with this thing. You pick up your cut gem that you got in your inventory and cut it up into something that's going to work with that, and then you change your build on the fly. And maybe it's also working alongside and synergizing, but different to your currently existing build and your other weapon swap.
Even just having the icon on the UI, and you can kind of figure out what the different things are and what your style is, versus, let's say you're in PoE 1, you go to a vendor, and all you're faced with is a row of different shaped stones, and you don't really know what to do with it. So I think that's really going to just open up like just your creativity on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely.
A whole new level of speed running as well.
Oh yeah.
You don't have to go back to town.
Yeah, well, Rise and me doing the race tomorrow, and that'll be kind of like sealing off the PoE 1 era of racing somewhat. I'm super interested to see what happens with PoE 2, like competitive play in racing. Like, there's so much more that people can interact with there as well. I imagine weapon swapping setups being set up on the fly and cut gems being cut in the field.
Oh wow, yeah, I think the skill ceilings just opened up quite a lot.
Going right up.
Yeah, for sure, because that was a big limit for a lot of classes in the past for racing. For instance, Duelist, right? It needs that access to all those different weapons, and it wasn't the case, but it will be now.
Yeah, so much more dynamic and distinctive gameplay there, but we also saw a bunch of new classes. Like more classes. What? There's already so many classes in this game. And then like with their ascendancies as well, like splitting that into so many more classes. So now, we got a mercenary, a warrior,
Huntress,
Druid, sorceress, and druid. Yeah.
Druid, yeah, there we go.
I thought they didn't show the druid, maybe.
And that's it. Yeah. And they didn't get rid of any. I thought they were getting rid of some. Like, I thought Templar was gone. I thought Templar was being replaced by Monk.
Oh, really?
But they're all still there. It's like adding another class for each of the hybrids.
But they haven't talked about ascendancies, right?
Well, they did in previous Exilecon.
Yeah,
they touched on it.
Right, but they didn't give us the info on it. No.
Yeah, not yet. I'm guessing in one of the later panels we'll start to touch on some of breaking those down a little bit. But yeah, it seems like their intent is to give much more distinctive starting points now. So like, you actually, if you play a monk, it's going to have a much bigger impact on even your early game, not just the ascendancy choices you'll have access to, but also like the sort of skills that you have available and the playstyle. much more than just an aesthetic.
And even the party play looked a lot more interesting. It seemed like they were really positioning themselves around each other, and it worked really well, I thought, with some of the more high mobility monk gameplay, and then the sorcerers being more in the back, more bigger cast times and bigger cooldowns. But then those big nukes, really, when I was watching the boss fights, it was kind of, I was gonna cheer Neon on, like, do some damage. He wasn't doing anything, and Octavian was just blasting over and over. So having an opportunity to just go for those big hits and make it work is such a cool concept.
I'm really glad they showed the co-op gameplay because, like you said, it looked really good in that boss fight, that second boss fight, where one player was like really distracting and stuff like that. It looked much more like engaging than current multiplayer Path of Exile, and hard to put my finger exactly why, but I think one of the things was the new crowd control system they showed off, which is brilliant. It builds up crowd control over time. So like you hit them with things that freeze, it builds the freeze up until you get an actual substantial freeze or stun on a boss. We saw big stuns on those bosses. So instead of just like you build a stun character and you get like lots of little stuns, maybe you make a crazy character and you can stun lock or something. But most of the time the bosses are immune to this stuff or it just doesn't work.
They've hidden freezes, so it's like you've technically frozen them, but you haven't, and it's there for the sake of numbers, really.
Yeah, but now you're actually like building up to something, and when it happens, it's significant. That's when you're like, you and your party members can start blasting.
Yeah, you could see that they were interrupting some of the mechanics. You could also see that when it came to the gameplay, it wasn't as chaotic as usual PoE1 gameplay. They were like stacking up for bigger mechanics and really synergizing well together.
Yeah, we saw, and like with the skills that, for example, the Glacial Cascade, the final hit dealing extra damage on the freeze, like you got your monk getting the freezes off, or the spellcaster getting the freezes off, and then synergizing skills across classes as well. There, where someone triggers that big freeze and someone else gets a big damage play off it.
And then you have all the new boss fights as well for every single zone, built in mind with the fact that we have the ailment system. So you're probably supposed to engage with them differently now as well. It's not just hit them a lot and like move once.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest concerns at the last Exilecon for me, that how do you really build this from the ground up to make it feel like it's not just a continuation of Path of Exile 1 and just another expansion, because GG's just so good at releasing these expansions over and over, and you kind of grow accustomed to it. And I know that some other games have been doing that, where they release basically an additional campaign, and it hasn't quite hit the mark. So I think the final decision on, well, possibly, I'm assuming, the final decision on PoE2 being a separate game is going to be really cool.
I think we saw much more different boss design than what we've seen in the past as well. It was like, there wasn't just like a bunch of auto attack spam like you get with current bosses. There were much more big abilities per boss battle that we saw there. And they felt tighter, like they were happening end to end. Like there was much less place for the exiles to maneuver. So those crowd control mechanics have a chance to play a real large role there, but also the dodge roll, I feel like that shapes the combat in some way.
I mean, most of the mechanics looked pretty lethal. Like, you really do have to get out of the way. When we saw Neon die that first time, you could really notice, and just the actual fear that he had for every attack on that second time after that. He'd, like, there's just one pretty generic sweep, and you know you're going to be a little bit away from it. I saw him run right to the end of the back just to make sure he's not getting hit, and almost every single attack that did hit him, if it combos a little bit, he's going to die, and it made for some tense moments.
They really did him dirty. No unwavering stance. He kept getting stunned over and over. I'm like, whoa, they have no mercy for this guy.
They rehearsed that segment like a few dozen times as well, and you can tell that the death wasn't planned. I'm glad we got to see the death.
They actually mentioned that they did about 20 of those runs, and he died on maybe the last of those runs, and then went, oh no, is that is it going to happen again? Hands. So then turns out twice in a row, basically.
Yeah.
So could not have gone worse, but that's what you want to see.
Yeah, started to get in his own head, I think, and was getting a little bit caught out by some of those abilities there. But yeah, that looked pretty brutal, but also quite satisfying. Like what we said, you know, probably you'll be a little faster in terms of actual gameplay with the players once your skills are better supported and things like that. But it's going to be like still fast and lethal gameplay. And I know that's something people will be concerned about. A lot of people see this like skill combos and a lot of these things, and they're like, I don't know if that's the Path of Exile 1, because a lot of people do like the really fast-paced Path of Exile, but it still seems like it's very fast-paced gameplay there.
But they do have the option now to go back to PoE. If they really just love everything that PoE1 had to offer, it's still there.
Yeah.
Nobody can go and say, hey, but it used to be this in the old days. Well, it's right there too. You can just go and play it. And a lot of people want that as well. I mean, you see World of Warcraft expanding and expanding over years, but then there's a core style of play that they would really love, and that's why we have, you know, all the like the classic games now coming out as well. And that's essentially what, I mean, I think that's pretty clever of GGG that they're coming out and just giving us the classic experience straight away.
Yeah, we don't have to demand into
no.
Like, we want classic. They're like,
we're
you
spoiled.
think so, but you don't.
That's it. We're bringing desync back.
I'm glad we're not going back to that classic.
A little too classic for everyone's taste.
It's like classic, but continuing to evolve. My mind's still blown about that whole announcement. But you know what? A lot of people also like. I heard people like in the crowd being like, "Tell us why haven't you told us this?" That was gold.
Gold,
yeah.
The gold was crazy.
Yeah, so they didn't actually touch on it, did they?
No.
Spirit, they did.
It was like literally the first thing that comes up because I kill the first monkey and it drops some gold or something.
The whole crowd goes, ooh.
They're like, what? What?
Well, that might be a spoiler for people at home, but on the cards that we got at Exilecon, the currency orbs, they look different.
Very different.
Oh, really?
Very different.
Yeah.
Well, you've seen currency orbs?
Oh, hell yeah. I have like 2 transmutes.
Are they not they're not just more detailed? They actually look...
No. They're like...
They look very, very different.
The transmute looks like an Exalted Orb almost.
Yeah, I mean, story-wise, I can kind of justify this idea because we had... Theory 1 was very much like you were in a barter economy because everyone was just in survival mode on Rayclass, right? They're all exiles. They're all just like bartering useful items with each other. That's why the economy was built around that concept. So story-wise, like now, it seems like they're trying to rebuild. They're trying to make us, like, this character seems to be, that we saw some hints of, seems to be making some sort of society or something like that. So that maybe an actual currency system and actual merchants and things like that.
They gave us so little with that. It was really just like a 20-second snippet, and they just switched away.
Yeah, so...
Well, they did soft test the gold thing with the Ruthless League little event,
right.
And I guess it was received well enough because I think that was probably one of my least complaints of that thing. Like with gold, that was actually a pretty cool system.
Yeah.
Where you can go back into town and purchase just a few basic items. So it wasn't like replacing currency altogether, but it was just an addition that gave you some options for vendors and stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, obviously when Path of Exile 1 was first kind of showcased, they came out saying that, you know, we think gold's not a very good system, here's how we want to do it better. So it'll be interesting to hear soon, maybe when they talk about it, hopefully, why they want to move to this system and how it's going to play in Path of Exile and how they're going to, like, address some of those things maybe people don't like about gold. Keeping gold useful, that sort of thing.
I think that's for sure happening. It's so bizarre that they didn't talk about that. Maybe it's one of those things where Chris is like, he missed the slide. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, there was a lot to talk about, so
yeah,
you could easily skip a few things.
There was a few moments where we were like enjoying the gameplay and we're just like, come on, tell us the things. Give me some off-the-cuff commentary. Come on. We got a few little moments of that. And speaking of that, there was the new mana reservation system. Instead of reserving our mana now, you have a completely separate resource. Spirit, was it?
Yeah.
Build up through getting items, quest rewards, build it up, and it sounds like it'll be improvable through itemization and passive tree and things like that. I'm very excited about that.
Plus 10 maximum spirit from a boss kill.
Yeah.
More reservation right there.
Happen, yeah.
But like, as a big fan of the Archmage and mana and all that, are you pretty excited about like being able to use your mana while at the same time being able to have the power of the auras and shit?
Yeah, but they're probably gonna nerf it.
Doesn't matter. You can now still have determination on the side.
True. That's getting nerfed too.
That's well.
Determination's not gonna last.
If Crip has his way with the developers, then determination's gone. He's not a fan.
Maybe we'll find out in like 10 minutes or so when he interviews Jonathan. The way that they said it on stage is like, people are always out of mana. I'm like, yeah. Because that's one of my thing. Definitely, like, the feeling of being out of mana and not being able to cast your skills is
it's not just being out of mana. It's like we're ignoring it as a resource system.
Yeah,
essentially.
you're not using it at all.
Yeah, so like solving it is one thing, and that's part of the game, right?
Yeah.
You have a bunch of problems, you try and solve them, and it feels good to finally solve them. Whereas with mana, largely we're ignoring it. We're just like, you reserve as much, and then.
And they seem to have added that on a support gem, so. I think that's the right way to go, honestly. It opens up a lot of opportunity, and whenever it does need a buff or a nerf, they can address it as a whole, and that might make it so that the patch notes are even more spicy than they have been up to now.
Excellent stuff. Yeah, we definitely saw like more skills that were like really expensive mana costs, like the meteor, cheaper mana costs, and then free, like the ones granted by items. So that means that definitely shows. I think there's going to be a lot more interaction with mana as a resource, and I think if they get that right, it's going to feel really good. Mana's hard though. Like a lot of games, I think struggle to get it right. They've had a lot of experience now, and I'm very excited to see what they try with the new system. We saw so many things today. Any other standout things?
I mean, for me, it was mostly classes. Like, you know, we knew that there'd be some ascendancies and some character models and stuff, and I'm sure almost no one would have thought new classes, because when we first saw Path of Exile 2, it's a very locked-in, distinct platform of our usual classes, and then one of them drops down and you get to play it. And you're like, okay, that's what it is. And they can't possibly expand on that. But then somehow they do, and all of a sudden, yeah, like there's also just the shape-shifting thing, right? You thought we're going to get a shapeshift. Nope, entire droid. So that just fulfills the shapeshift fantasy for anyone that wants to go down that route. But yeah, and also the new skills. It said like 100 new skills or something. So like a lot of them can be kind of revamped, but I expected a few. I don't think, like, how can you keep making new skills when it feels like you're already reaching a limit of creativity? But there's just more.
It's so brutal to other games when we saw that, like, the rattling off of the stats, like 700 item types, 1,000 skills, 82 classes. I'm like, oh, how do other games, like, you just can't, right? Because they're taking everything from Path of Exile 1 and moving it forwards. And that's been my big complaint with some other games that have gone from version 1 to version 2. It's like everything else forgotten about, gone, completely erased.
It's kind of also interesting how they said that, I believe the Huntress is the, what was it, polearms or some pokey type of weapon?
I think so.
Javelins and stuff?
Yeah, like spears specifically.
Like
so it's
Jav,
kinda,
Amazon kind of vibes.
yeah, I wonder if you're gonna be able to have that class be some sort of caster, or if they're really kind of tying it down, because that's very unusual for PoE. I know that they're doing stuff with the attributes, right, where they're splitting up different classes to have different attribute preferences. But to tie a class down to a weapon, pretty unusual in a game that usually had like all the freedom in the world.
I think it gives, if you think about Monk as well, it's all about movement and hitting and getting up close and dodging it out. If you think about, like, what can a spear do? I mean, if you just think about all the different ways, well, you could also pivot around it. You could swing around it. You can...
That's true.
Like, attach it into something and pull yourself through it.
Well, the thing is, too, that with PoE, the gameplay's always been like, if it's melee, it's super melee. But if it's melee, but the game, well, the way that you would make melee work in the past is you just gave it a bunch of AoEs.
Yeah.
So maybe with...
But PoE 2, you see
more
the
poking
Monk,
weapons.
and you're like, it's low life, I dodge, I hit, you know.
I'm just hoping that it's going to be a more mid-range class, essentially.
Sure, yeah,
we don't really have that. It's either big AoE or, well, bad.
It definitely looks a lot more dynamic now with, like...
Yeah.
With the dashing, and they're attaching like a certain movement to every skill, so that you're never like feeling as if you're kind of missing because you've attacked from too far away. So that seemed to be actually a pretty big system as well to make melee refreshing.
I really can't believe the dashing. It's so crazy. Because forever they were like, no, mobility bad, nerf, nerf, nerf. And it was like... they were doing that forever, and I remember one of the most despised patches was when they put even more cooldown on mobility skills. So for them to just completely 180 on that, looking forward to it. And it's also very impressive from just a game point of view, because that's a big jump.
Yeah, it's changing the gameplay around it too, like in a very exciting way, I think. We also had the Path of Exile 1 League announced. I thought that looked so cool, right?
Yeah.
So you predicted the Survivors, and that's like a trending genre right now, but auto battle is also kind of a trending genre. So I was like, oh, Bethel, you were close, mate.
That was a good call.
I think I was off by maybe a year or so.
Yeah, 1 year. Next year, maybe we get
maybe. Or maybe I just gave them the idea, and you know.
Yeah, someone's furiously coding right now.
But yeah, no, that one actually looked. It's a pretty big scope of that one. It seemed kind of similar to me of Sanctum, where it's like this separate thing where you interact with slowly and build your own sort of board and gameplay, and then have a big battle.
Yeah, it's like
and then,
tournament structure.
Yeah, and then start up another one later. But it seemed very kind of like Sanctum in the way you're going to engage with it, but then just a completely different mechanic altogether. And yeah, it was kind of more like grounding us, right? So as opposed to going all the way out into space and killing some other bigger things, it's still from our roots, our ancestral roots, and like the history of the game's characters and combat and all that.
All right, you guys have any thoughts?
So I don't know. So they showed some leaderboard stuff.
Yeah.
Will that be against everyone else? Like, will there just be one? I think there's just going to be one
that was
massive.
for your own character
your own
progression,
character,
so that you're like getting higher up through the system and getting further along to higher combat.
I would like to PvP some other people though. A little
I
bit
think
of
that's
like
if it
how
lands
It would be a good PvP system.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, folks, we've been given the wrap-up, though. We're going to be moving over in just a moment to Kriparian interviewing Jonathan, talking about Path of Exile 2, I believe, and I look forward to hearing what we're going to be able to hear about them. Thanks, guys, for joining me for the Stallcast. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope it kept you occupied while you were waiting through these difficult times for the more interesting content. Happy to be of service. Thanks for watching.
Need more time.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us. We have some dev Q&A. There's going to be a few of these, and we are starting with none other than Jonathan. So Jonathan, it's been a pretty exciting start to the day.
Absolutely. I mean, it was much more exciting for me up on stage there, man. It's it's quite a thing.
It is quite a thing. I think people seem very happy with what they've heard about PoE 2.
I really hope so. Yeah, like there was a huge amount of work that went into getting all that stuff sorted out, and yeah, I'm definitely glad it went okay. Apart from the minor death incident, but should be all right.
That's part of Path of Exile.
Absolutely. I should hope so. Anyway.
Well, soon enough, people here at Exilecon will get to play it a little bit. We'll have some gameplay showcases even right after this, actually, with Zizaran. That should be pretty fun. But first, I personally had a few questions about PoE 2, and hopefully those will answer some questions that many of you have. And if not, again, there will be more dev interviews throughout the event. All right, why don't we kick it off here? So we saw that PoE 2 in the demo, it was a little bit slower gameplay paced than what people experience if they play Path of Exile 1 right now.
Right.
But from what I've seen in the gameplay showcases, you guys generally try to slow it down for the purpose of the showcase.
That's true. That's true.
So what is the goal, I guess, is the question. So do we want to change Path of Exile 2 pacing versus Path of Exile 1?
So to be honest, it will be a little bit slower, but kind of not at the 50th, sorry, to get technical, but not at the 50th percentile. Like, I think that part of the issue is, in PoE 1, is that like, there's so many multiplicative mechanics that go on that, like, at the sort of 95th percentile, at the top end of player, you get this, like, absolute ridiculousness with, like, 600 projectiles per second and that sort of shit. And it's like, well, it's like, 600 projectiles per second, it's like you just can't see fucking anything, and so you don't have any ability to respond to boss mechanics. Like, I don't think it's as fun as when you actually have, you know, like 60 projectiles per second or something like that, you know what I mean? Like, we still want it to be ridiculous, it's just that we don't want it to be, like, at the very top end, you don't want it to be quite as ridiculous as it is. And it's honestly just so that you actually get some interesting counterplay with the bosses, you get some more like, stuff going on there. And so that's kind of a thing that we like to do. But then we also do always tend to keep it a little bit slower in the showcases, just because, you know, as you're saying, you want to see what's going on, you want to show people what's happening. So yeah, like basically, we were using like a lot in the demos as well. Here, there's a lot of like two-handed weapons, which are a bit slower, just once again to sort of get the idea of the.
That's what I use.
Yeah, fair enough. But it's like you know, basically we try to show off the game because it looks nicer for like when you're, especially when you're trying to appeal to a new audience. You want to show it off as best as you can. A bit slower just makes it look a bit nicer. But I mean, at the same time, we're seeing that, you know, we've still got like all the triggering mechanics and like triple casting and all that sort of stuff. Like all that stuff really will allow you to do the kind of ridiculousness that you expect from PoE still, for sure. Like I certainly wouldn't want you to, like, I still want a player to feel like, oh, I totally broke the game with this bullshit that I'm doing here. You know, like it needs to feel like you still broke it, just not actually break it. Like, you know, I don't want the servers to actually be on fire, like they sometimes.
Well, if it's just for a little while, you know, it's worth the moment.
Right.
A big one is I heard the audience kind of, you know, wooing when they saw gold dropping off of the monsters.
That's a funny one.
in PoE 2.
Yeah, we never even mentioned it at the keynote, and it's funny because it's like it's not exactly like some big headline feature of, you know, oh, there's gold in this game. Who's ever heard of that, right? It's obviously, you know, yeah, it is what it is. Of all the things that we did in PoE 2, I would say that that's like the only, like every other decision we make, we're like, does this feel like PoE or does it feel like not PoE? And like the gold thing is probably the only thing where we're like, this isn't really a PoE thing, and we acknowledge that. But at the same time, I think it is actually important to make the drop system better. Okay, it's like fundamentally you have this constraint of if you're going to kill a monster and it drops nothing, it feels like shit. And then at the same time, therefore if you have to drop something, you can't obviously drop a rare on every frickin' monster you kill, so therefore you have to be able to drop something. And honestly, gold does actually work. Like, there's a reason games have it. But the important thing that we don't want to do with gold is have an economy based around it. Like, it is supposed to not be something that, you know, like I don't expect players to be trading with gold to each other. They're going to be trading with other currency items as you would hope they would in PoE. Like, that's our thing.
Well, I guess the follow-up question would be, what do you want someone to use gold for?
So the main thing they should be using gold for is fixing, like, especially during campaign, fixing deficiencies in their build. Like, if you need this thing to be able, you know, if you need like the right resistance, if you need something like that. We've overhauled the shop very significantly to make it so that there's much more likely to be things inside the shop that will be able to deal with problems that you have. Like, if you're fighting a boss, you don't have the resistances, you should be able to deal with that very quickly. There's also rares that you can find in there sometimes, certain things, and we also make it so that it doesn't change every level. Like, you get new stuff getting added to the shop that sticks around for a while, so that you get a chance to actually save up and buy it if you see something that you want. And there's also gambling. So like, you know, by gambling I mean like buying a base type where you don't know what rare it will be, and you will be able to get uniques that way.
Okay, that's similar to Ruthless with gold.
Absolutely. Well, there's a reason we were testing this, right? We
I see
what's going on here. Like, we want to see if it actually works, like when players are exposed to it. So that was absolutely a test. We were like, let's see, can PoE even work with gold in it? Like, you know, and there's been some changes since we did the Ruthless with gold test, but yeah, it was just interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, personally, I actually really liked Ruthless with gold.
Right.
The one thing I didn't like very much was the currency conversion through the vendors was disabled.
Yes.
So I was sitting on hundreds of jewelers, but I just needed like 3 fusings.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's definitely been tweaks since then, and there's definitely great feedback. Like, it's one of the whole reason we ran Ruthless with gold was to absolutely see like what sort of shakes out. It's very hard to do those kinds of tests in the office because it's like the amount of play time you'd have to like work out whether the economy is going to work is pretty extensive.
So I'm gonna spin it all the way different outside of mechanics on this one. My first time in New Zealand was coming to Exilecon the first time around, and it was a wonderful experience. And it was really the first time that I realized just how much of New Zealand themes and culture kind of exist, at least in part, in Path of Exile.
Sure, yeah.
And it was such a wonderful thing to see. Like, I would go to a museum, and then I'd see something that was quite similar to what I've been playing for years in Path of Exile. So how forwarded is this theming in Path of Exile 2?
I would say even more. So I mean, the Kurui have an entire act about them. There's a lot of stuff going on there. It's obviously, you know, we're inspired by the stuff we see, and honestly, it's really nice to be able to, you know, like take inspiration from what we see around us. Like we never see this stuff in games. You know, there are islands which like are full of like the sort of New Zealand vegetation that I guess Americans don't tend to see very often. So it's really nice to have all that stuff and make all that stuff, and you know, like it's just great to have some of that stuff going on.
That's awesome. Back to a few mechanics, and again, I want to reiterate that, you know, our information right now is just what we saw in the gameplay highlight in the presentation. We might see a little bit more from the players around, but we saw that in the presentation there were just, I think, 3 life flasks and 2 mana flasks on each of the characters. Is that just because they're kind of low level, or is there going to be more of a focus on the life and mana flasks?
I mean, I don't know that I'd still call it a focus, but at the same time, we do want to make sure that life and mana flasks aren't useless. Like they should actually have a purpose. There was some changes to utility flasks because we wanted to make sure that, let me get this exactly right. We tended to remove things that lasted for a duration from utility flasks, so the utility flasks are more responsive to the situation. So for example, if you are currently burning, then if you use a flask to get rid of that, then it will give you, it will remove the burning and make you immune for a while. But if you don't have burning on you right now, it doesn't do that. So that's the kind of stuff that we're doing to sort of make it so that there's some like counterplay going on with it, rather than just I just have it on all the time. It's effectively just another effect on my character.
Well, you have that kind of as the affix system in PoE 1 right now.
Yes, sorry, I'm not up to date with PoE 1, so
I think generally that system is pretty well received.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So that's good to hear.
Right. That's exactly the kind of stuff, though. That I mean, so that change, if it's in PoE 1 now, that was definitely a like PoE 2 thing, and I think they took it. Like, so the thing is so just because people probably don't know this, I'm not involved in PoE 1 at all at this point. I'm game director on PoE 2. I'm focusing on that, and then Chris, we talk obviously about designs that we're doing, and he definitely, you know, I suspect that some of those things filter their way down.
So that's how you're doing flasks.
Exactly.
I'll
right.
take that. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So Chris is in charge of PoE 1, and he sort of making the decisions there.
I wanted to kind of double down on the mana situation a bit, because we have the separation of mana for skills and mana for reservation with auras.
Absolutely.
What kind of focus are you going to put on mana? Like if you just took away auras from being mana-based in PoE 1 right now, everyone just has way too much mana for everything.
Exactly. So we will, costs will absolutely go up. And part of the balance problem that we have is you pretty much just can't really balance skills with mana use particularly easily in PoE 1 because there's just this expectation that everyone's going to reserve as much as they can. And the thing is, because reservation exists, it means that people are going to always push the line as far as they can, and then they start complaining if then skills cost too much.
Of course.
That they don't have any frickin' mana. And it's like, well, yeah. But so you'd think you'd be able to say, oh yeah, well that's your problem. But we've realized a much more sort of, you know, I guess once you learn about our player psychology, you realize that no, you have to actually, if you want that not to happen, like people always spin down to the line, so you have to do something about it. So Spirit is the response to that, and it means that now you know, you have an amount of Spirit to spend. If you want to make trade-offs on your build, then those trade-offs should be made on your passive tree, rather than being a sort of like thing that you're doing that. So you still get to make that choice of like, do I want you know, like, do I want to get more mana on the tree or not? I mean, there's also the scepters. Scepters give Spirit as well, and that's how that escalates through the game. So if you're playing a minion build, it's very likely, you don't have to, but it's very likely you'll want to use scepters to help with that.
Well, as a minion enjoyer, it wasn't said for more than a split second, but I caught that minions are going to reserve Spirit.
They do, yes. That's so you'll be able to have more. So if you want more minions, get more Spirit. That's the way. So we're trying mostly to avoid having like hard limits on like number of zombies. You can just cast as many zombies as you have Spirit to cast them. So then it's sort of up to you to choose what this.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought of actually asking if there's a way where you can have enough Spirit to summon like all the available minions, kind of like a Lord of the Dead type of situation.
It should be possible if you spec correctly to be able to do that.
Okay.
The other thing with scepters, by the way, as a base type, is that all of the mods of them are all like does this to nearby allies.
I
so
see.
that means that scepters are a great, like they're sort of like a minion supporting thing, but also just like for auras and stuff like that as well, since they give you the Spirit. You can choose to be like a Templar, you know, with like a flail in one hand and a scepter in the other. That's like a viable thing, or minions or whatever. Anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent here, but
well, back to the other side of Spirit. I kind of wanted to know if there was a different design in auras, because in PoE 1 they have they're crushing your mana pool. It's really hard to use more than like 2, 3, maybe 4 if you're heavily invested. Because now you obviously expect everyone to use some form of auras.
But you'll notice the cast on the trigger gems also reserve spirit.
Oh.
And so then the choice between triggering versus auras is now also a potential trade-off.
I see.
So there's other stuff going on. Like there's we really want to make sure that there are different, entirely different styles of things you can use your spirit for. So then it definitely feels like, I mean, obviously you can try to do more than one of those things by just getting more spirit if that's what you want to do in your build. But it's still there's definitely a lot more sort of interesting options there about how to trade one off for the other.
Well, right now in PoE 1, you can get like an enormous amount of damage, or honestly, in some cases, all of your defensive capabilities through your auras.
Right.
Do you foresee having such
that can certainly
high power levels?
That can certainly be a way, right? Like once again, if you get I think the numbers right now is you can get you start with 100 spirit and aura reserves 100 spirit, but you can get and probably I shouldn't even quote me on these numbers. I think you can get 600 spirit from a scepter. So it's you can still, if you want, if that's the way you want to go, you can go that way.
Okay.
I never want to be the kind of person who's just nah, we're restricting everything. We don't want players to do it. No, we want you to be able to, if you want to spec into something, you should be able to go hard on that thing and get a lot of it, right? So yeah.
I have a couple questions with the dodge roll. I guess let's tie the first one into the minion build. So right now in PoE 1, it's kind of swerving a little bit away from that, where there's a lot more active minion builds, but there's still passive minion builds. We still have skills like Righteous Fire, dot builds. There's a lot of time in between using skills. So with a spammable dodge roll in PoE 2, do you foresee some builds that are just non-stop dodging around the boss while doing passive damage?
I mean, it could be it could be something that you do, but I'm hoping that we can provide enough things. Ideally, the balance produces the most fun outcome, right? Ideally, okay, sure, you could just dodge roll around the boss and kill it eventually, but you're probably going to want to use, it's funny, I've actually had conversations with designers oh yeah, this is the only skill I'd ever use. And okay, but then if you just did this, then it increase your damage by this, and you get this effect. Oh yeah, you know what, I guess I'll just add that in too. And then you have that, and then oh yeah, but then if you added this skill, now you'd be able to do this as well, and that would just, and it's oh yeah, well I guess I could use that skill too. It's we kind of want to promote the balance so that you always feel very much oh yeah, I just want to add this extra thing, and I just want to add this extra thing, and then pretty soon you've got a whole ruckus of skills on your character that are all that all have a purpose and all feel like they've got useful in certain situations. And especially with the way the skill system works now, where you can have 9 6-links. It's okay to just have some skills that you just use rarely, right? That are just in the right situation they're useful.
Well, I wanted to ask about that a little bit later, but since you're touching upon it, what determines the links on a skill gem?
Right. So basically, every gem when you first get it starts with 2 support sockets, and then you find a jeweler's, a lesser jeweler's orb to add to go from 2 supports to 3 supports.
Okay.
And then there's a jeweler's to go from 3 to 4, and then a Grandmaster's, I can't remember the name of it, but Grandmaster's Jewelers or something like that goes from 4 to 5, and then obviously 5 sockets in a gem is the same as a 6-link is in one, so 5 supports, 1 active. So basically you find those, and the one to go up to the 6-link equivalent is quite rare, that's still the chase thing, but instead of having ridiculous numbers of fusings that you're dropping into an item, it's you will just find one eventually, and then that's and because you want to 6-link all your items, they have to be common enough that you can but getting the quest for all 6-links on your character is still a thing that you're going to want to do, and there's some
that sounds like a lot. So many more options when you're factoring
I
that
think
way.
So, yeah.
Well, they're going to do the gameplay demo, I think, in about 15 minutes. I think the PoE 2 gameplay demo is going to be Zizaran that tackles it the first time, so we'll see. Maybe he finds some of these items.
Yes, I think he might be able to, yes.
Okay, well, that should be interesting. Backing into kind of the dodge system, so in Ruthless right now, they just have the dash, a very limiting movement.
Right. So this is very, very different from the dodge roll.
Yeah, and in PoE 2, we get the dodge roll, which is almost like a spammable version of it.
Sure.
And the skills themselves have a movement component, and it's not just for the melee characters. As you noted with Comet on the Sorcerer, it kind of pushes you back a little bit if you want it to. This kind of brings up my question of, do we need skills like Flame Dash? Will there be strictly movement-based skills?
I don't personally feel that they're hugely necessary. There should be enough mobility in just what you're doing that it feels okay. A large number of melee skills have dashes or closes and various other things. Depending on the skill, obviously different archetypes are a bit different, but every one, no matter what weapon you're using, will have some kind of access to stuff that allows you to get around the battlefield quickly. It's just that there's ways to do that where it feels natural without kind of making it so that it gets to this insane degree that things could sometimes get if you let it get out of control. So like, I mean, all the things like the, for example, like the monks killing Palm, you can go really far with that thing, but you have to go to an enemy. So it kind of inherently means that you kind of get the, like it works really well for mobility and combat without kind of making it so that you're just constantly going jing, 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 like everywhere, you know? Yeah, you kind of, we want to make it still feel right, while and like intuitive and fun and mobile, without kind of having that just like you're constantly spamming movement skills to the point where you can't even see what the hell you're doing, kind of thing.
Well, from the gameplay people will try out at Exilecon, and from the live demos that you will see, hopefully we'll get some opinions and see how people feel around it.
I mean, honestly, the major reason, like one of the huge things about dodge roll to me, like the biggest thing that I'm excited about is the dodge cancel, because what it means is that like just the whole like I'm not losing control of my character feeling is just a hugely, really, really important thing. Once you've got that, it's very hard to go back. Like when you've got just like there's no lock-in, there's none of that, and like it means also that we can make some skills that are slower because it's okay, right? Like in PoE1 you cannot make a slow skill, because if you did, it would just lock you in for so long, it would feel terrible.
They put it on a mind gem and fixed it.
Yeah, like the ability to actually be able to use attack speed as a balanced tool again, by having things like that, and also the redirect on like the ability to retarget skills as you cast them and stuff like that. It just really improves that kind of stuff. So it means that we can have fast skills, we can have slow skills, we can have anything in between. It just unlocks that ability, and yeah.
I wanted to ask about the weapon swap system. It's more of like a dual weapon.
It is kind of a
system.
dual specking thing. Yes, it's yeah.
So you noted how you can get a lot of the power enabled just from having two weapons attributed individually to each of the skills, and the power that you unlock from the passive skill tree. But also the weapons just kind of seemed like more powerful in general, like getting a spammable skill on a Sork, getting the Unleash. It just seemed like there was possibly more weapon power. There's more power from your gear centered on your weapon than maybe PoE1. Right? Is that
there is a
goal?
little bit more balance in that direction. It's not like hugely. It's not like so. We thought that, like, so I think we sort of, so spellcasters, we tried to make the weapon a bit more of a focus. Like like spellcasters right now in PoE in PoE1, like the weapon. I mean, obviously it matters, but it doesn't matter that much. Whereas we want to boot them. Now we still want to have the distinction between attack builds and caster builds, and the weapon still matters more on attacks than caster builds in PoE1 and PoE2 still. But we did want to get that focus up a little bit more. And at the same time, we also wanted, and this is kind of a subtle thing that probably most people won't even notice, but we made it so that the skill gem level on attack skills also matters more on attacks as well. Which currently in PoE1 that really doesn't matter very much at all.
Some of them have like a flat damage component.
Yeah,
most
some of them do. But we actually,
not so much.
I actually do have it as a goal to make it so that like most of the time you're going to want to use the higher level versions of things, and that's actually partly to make attribute requirements actually matter a little bit. Which is as just a random side division. Just by the way, talking about attribute requirements, the way that support gem attribute requirements work now is that the amount that the attributes that a support gem the attribute requirement for support gems is additive to the skill gem.
Oh.
So that means that if you're playing a Dex build and you want to use 5 int supports, that actually becomes quite tricky now, based entirely on the attributes. We had to do it that way because we don't have the whole thing where you have to because there's not the off-color socket re-rolling mechanic anymore. There has to be some way to make it so that using off-class stuff is like a little bit harder. So because of the way that works now, the attribute requirements matter a little bit more for you should be able to easily get the attributes for stuff that's on class, but the stuff that's off class is harder because the attributes sort of make it a bit harder.
Personally, I really like that because right now you have the limitation on number of skill gem links based on the items, which has its disadvantages, but now you're going away with that. You need other kinds of limitations to prevent just unlimited character power.
So,
I think that's a really clever way of doing it. I'm actually really happy to hear that.
Cool.
Another direction on this one. So we saw Alva show up in the demo. I'm sure this is still probably something you're discussing internally, so I'm not sure how much you want to share, but are we expecting many familiar faces or league mechanics in PoE2?
Well, I mean, for a start, as we've already said, certainly league mechanics, many of them will have revamped versions in PoE2.
Okay.
Obviously, the main problem, honestly, is like you see an old particle effect next to a new one, and it's like, okay, we have to update that. You know, this is pretty much soon you're like, have to update it. Like all these things sort of go on. But absolutely, I mean, we are going to be like canon correct as far as like the ages of people with regard to PoE 1 versus PoE 2. But Alva is a time traveler, so
I see.
we get away with a bit more there.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Anyway.
So one thing that has actually, in my opinion, really defined Path of Exile and kind of pushed the RPG genre is the different game modes in which you can play new content in equally. So you've always had, hardcore and softcore, but we also have solo self-found. Now we have Ruthless, which is very exciting for me personally. Yeah. I'm a Ruthless enjoyer personally. Will these game modes continue on in PoE 2?
So we're certainly going to have hardcore.
Okay.
We're certainly going to have solo self-found. I don't see why we wouldn't. Ruthless probably shouldn't be necessary. I mean, I'm sure there'll come a point, like, once the balance of PoE 2 becomes ridiculous over 10 years, where we're like, oh, crap, we need to have, like, a thing for old-school Path of Exile 2 players to enjoy or something like that. But, yeah, for now, I don't think that we would need it. But definitely, the thing is, we don't want to split the community too much, because you want, like, people to be able to actually, have people to play with and all that sort of stuff. I mean, obviously not for solo self-found, which is why it kind of can exist as a thing. But, yeah, don't want to split it too much, but, yeah, certainly hardcore and solo self-found are absolutely going to be there.
When I heard the announcement that PoE 2 was going to be a separate game from PoE 1, initially it's exciting, and then it's like, but wait. And then you say the microtransactions that you have, the skins, they kind of follow into PoE 2. And I mean, that's really fantastic. That's a really clever way of doing it and keeping them separate games.
And it's worth mentioning, to me, the more exciting thing is honestly the future. Like the fact you can buy stuff that made after PoE 2 comes out and have it from PoE 1 again, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, like, I want to, and the reason we're doing all that stuff is I really want to make sure that people feel like, well, it's like we want to make sure that our company doesn't feel incentivized to abandon PoE 1, and by making it so that we have this policy, it means that we're always PoE 1 will always be a thing that's important to us, because it's not like just some random product in the back corner which no one cares about. Like, it's actually a thing that has supporter packs and there's things you can get, and people actually want to, that's actually a thing. So yeah, I just want to make sure that our company does sort of still not do PoE 1 dirty, it needs to sort of have a good future as well, in my opinion.
Well, it seems pretty good to me. I'm excited to play next league. But I guess the follow-up to that, the one thing that I was a little bit worried of, if I end up liking PoE 2 way more, and I don't, I'm still in play PoE 1, but if I end up playing PoE 2 a lot more than I play PoE 1, which I think is
I would hope so, being the director of PoE 2.
The race rewards, I'd love to be able to at least use their skins in PoE 2.
Right.
Have you thought of doing anything like that?
Well, so basically anything in the microtransaction stash is something you'll be able to use, so it would depend on whether or not at some point Chris gets around to implementing the thing where you can pull them off and turn them into a skin. If that's the case, then sure, it'll work in PoE 2, because yeah, that's anything in the micro stash, that's what comes over.
All right, well, we are going to jump into the gameplay for PoE 2 very soon here with Zizaran. I think if we have just another quick second, I'd maybe ask you, what's your favorite power fantasy in an ARPG, and have you made it yet in PoE 2?
That's a really hard question, because you're basically saying...
You got 30 seconds.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I always hate these ones, because it's like, we made all these classes, and but I think probably one of the main reasons that we went with the whole like 2 classes per attribute combination thing was because of the druid. It's like we wanted to have a druid, and there just wasn't a class that it made sense for, and we're like, okay, we have to find a way to make it so a druid can be a thing. That's what we came up with.
All right, well, I hope you nailed it. Thank you so much for watching, guys.
Yeah.
See you in a second.
Thank you.
Hi, Scissoring here with another live stream. Or hi, Scissoring here with another live stream. And we are going to have a first look at PoE 2. And I feel like